So I'm going with Mississippi State.
The one thing about
Jewelry. Just like people who are also obsessed with jewelry, trust us, the Bears.
Saturday mornings, the Armchair Quarterbacks, a Southern tradition like no other. We dive into the Southeastern Conference and the Southern teams in the National Football League. We talk to betting lines. That's exactly it. Ed Jarvis, we try. This is for the national. First is we can finally put it say a great swing of the blood. Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run to the team. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 45, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. In trouble in the backfield. Wants to throw now. He's going to go deep. Deep. Touchdown. Miracle finish. Hail Mary. It's still a grace for the Gators. Barkley trying to bounce it. Barkley in the chair. The 31-30 game. And what are they doing?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take a shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska. The Seminoles of Florida State. It's a battle for flagging rights and recruiting advantages in the state of Florida as the Gators come calling. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. Tallahassee.
Flush. Throws it down.
Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it. Today, we've got number 1 Seminoles against number 2 Hurricanes.
Walmart Plus now includes a Paramount Plus subscription. Walmart Plus members get more wins, laughs, adventure, hero. Join Walmart Plus and get a Paramount Plus subscription with over 40,000 episodes and more.
Apollo is helping to drive a more sustainable future. Across our platform, we have deployed more than $19 billion in climate capital. And in the next 5 years, we aim to deploy over $50 billion more.
Caught by Boston College.
Big day of sports. I'm going to argue this is the biggest day in sports so far this year. You got a quadruple header in Major League Baseball. You have the possibility of not only the defending world champions, and that's right, we're the defending world champions till someone else wins it. They can get eliminated today as the Braves are down 2-1. I don't think we will. I think we're going to rally. The Dodgers, they're on the brink of elimination. And that should be an interesting one. Because I pointed to this, and this is why I thought the Braves would go back to the World Series. I didn't expect Atlanta's pitching to be so bad in 2 of the 3 games, starting pitching in 2 of the 3 games. You knew it was kind of a crapshoot with Strider because he hadn't pitched in a month. But he was dominant the first 2 innings, and then just, I think he got rattled. He's a rookie, he got rattled. But I'm not a believer that the Dodgers starting pitching is championship worthy. And though they didn't pitch terribly last night, you're going to lean on Andrew Heaney as your game 3 starter, right? And then today, and conversely, and look, I've well known that I do not like Blake Snell. But the guy's got some talent, and you're going head-to-head with him. Granted, the Dodgers' offense is incredible, but it seems like that's the only thing everyone has focused on all year long. They've got a very good bullpen. I'm not taking any of that away from them. But here's the thing about that bullpen that I think a lot of people have not understood and not paid attention to, because a lot of folks of us east of Mississippi don't watch Dodger games. You realize Craig Kimbrell's not on their playoff roster because he's pitched that bad down the stretch. Craig Kimbrell, their savior, supposed to come in and shut that bullpen down. A guy that a lot of us was hoping would end up in Atlanta. And as much as Kenley Jansen has struggled, he hasn't Craig Kimbrell struggled. And so they dumped out their bullpen last night trying to win that game. And we go into Saturday. By the way, that's a 9:30 first pitch. And it's an elimination game on the road. The Padres are set up to win this, and if I were them, I would put all chips in because Joe Musgrove's on the mound, and they're at home. They're going against Tyler Anderson, who's a solid starter, but he's not Joe Musgrove. If Joe Musgrove goes out and does Joe Musgrove things, a San Diego native, by the way, it could be over today for the Dodgers. And I think that's the bigger upset because everyone just assumed the Dodgers were going back to the World Series. Conversely, the Astros very close to knocking out the Mariners. I think they'll probably do it today, but we'll see what happens. McCuller goes on the mound. And then the Yankees are in trouble, tied up 1-1 with the Indians and Guardians. Man, I do that every time. I try to say Cleveland, so I just get away from it.
Yeah.
I don't do the Freudian slip. But Luis Severino versus McKenzie, good pitching matchup. That doesn't always spell for greatness. We saw that yesterday. And then, of course, the Braves returning to Charlie Morton. More on that later. And they're going to counter with Noah Syndergaard, which tells me it's going to be a bit of a bullpen game. I think they're hoping to get 2-3 innings out of Syndergaard. Remember, he came in what day was that? Wednesday night. Game 2, pitched a clean inning. But he's plenty rested. So that's going to be their starter. They'll ride as long as they can with them. But I think the Phillies will try to dump out their bullpen, and that could hurt them because if the Braves can get out to a lead and Philly tries to scramble and they lose and they go to Atlanta tomorrow, Game 5 would be in Atlanta tomorrow. 4:30 is what it's looking like. The Braves will have Fried. They'll have Suarez. I don't expect Fried to pitch as poorly as he did in game number 1. All right, we'll push that off to the side. Let's get into some college football. Penn State, Michigan, the early game today. Jones, our resident Penn State guy, tell us how Penn State's going to win this.
Yeah, it's going to be good defense and a really good running game from this Penn State team. That'll be their recipe to trying to win this game. Interesting thing about this one coming in, Michigan or Penn State both have not beaten a top 25 ranked team to date so far this season. So they've kind of been playing some lighter competition to speak. At least Penn State has played Purdue. Penn State's played Auburn. They've played Northwestern. They've played some teams that are up to par. Michigan, however, they really haven't gotten a crack at too big of a bat yet. So it'll be interesting today to see how this one fares between two opponents who haven't. But when you look at Penn State, Sean Clifford ain't going to be the reason why you win games. He might be the reason why you don't lose a football game, but Clifford is not going to be the reason why you win a football game. So I think that Penn State has to lean on their young running backs, Singleton, who's looked explosive at times this year. He's already nearing the 500-yard mark. And then you got wide receivers, Parker Robinson, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Those guys are more big play threats. That's the only real passing you might get. On defensive side of ball, Joey Porter Jr. is going to step up big. You know, he keeps pushing his way up and up into that first round projection, even more so week to week. So look for Joey Porter Jr. and this Penn State defense to have a really big game coming up today. I think that they do a good job at holding Michigan to a pretty good margin. And Penn State, now the spread is up to 7. I think a touchdown is a lot in a game with these two good defenses and two teams that have really yet to face a uphill battle this year. And today, both of these teams do face that uphill battle. So I look for Penn State to play nitty-gritty football, nittany line football, keep it on the ground, air it out when you need to, and bring the defense to the table with your hit sticks, because you know this is going to be one of those type of Big Ten games.
What's your score prediction? Let's go ahead and do Penn State since it's the early game. Let's go ahead and do the Penn State score prediction.
I got 24-21 Penn State winning by a field goal. I think James Franklin comes in here and finally wins a big one and has something to write home about and continues.
Today, I know you're putting some hay on this. I know that.
Oh yeah, I'm putting.
You're not.
I'm putting some stacks of hay.
Taking Penn State in the points, or are you sacking up and taking them on the money line?
Yeah, I'm going to probably do 2 bets. I'm going to do most of it on the spread, and then I'm going to have a mini sack on the money line. So I'll end up doing both. And obviously, you know, I'm hoping and thinking and expecting the straight up win, but that's 7 points. That's almost a security blanket to me. That's a lot of points.
Your big sack is going to be on the points, and your pre-pubescent sack is going to be on the money line.
Correct.
It hasn't quite dropped yet.
Right. Hey, if they win today, it might
It's
drop
early.
in a couple weeks against Ohio State, but it ain't dropping fully yet today.
Doug, Penn State, Michigan. You taking Michigan -7 or the Nittany Lions +7?
I'm taking the Lions +7.
And
I like that.
Over unders
The only thing-
49. What's your score?
I got under 49 and score. I think it's going to be a really, really defensive game. I'm looking for Penn State to win 17-13.
Has anyone seen what the weather's like there today?
I think it's just a normal brisk fall day. I'm going to confirm there shortly, but I think it's just,
Okay.
typical
Put that on you.
Midwest.
I usually
52 degrees at game time, partly cloudy, 52 degrees.
52. All right.
Yeah.
So a typical fall afternoon in Ann Arbor. Joey, what's your prediction?
I'm going to be cheering Penn State because I don't like Michigan, but I'm going to have to be a contrarian until they show me otherwise they can win a big game in the Big Ten on the road. Usually they start off pretty hot, as they are this season at 5-0. But this is a tough Michigan team who looked a little flat last week. To me, they were overlooking Indiana a little bit, getting ready for this one. God bless Mike Hart and his recovery on whatever was going on there with the seizure he had, of course. But I think this Michigan team today is going to come out fighting hard at home. And it's going to be hard for Penn State, in my opinion, to keep up. So I like Penn State in the points, but I'm taking Michigan 27, Penn State 20, and which would be an overall push. But Michigan,
Come on, grow a sack.
fine. I'll go. You know what? I'll go Michigan 27, Penn State 19. I'll throw in a little bit of a weird score right there, and Michigan covers the 7. I'll be cheering for Penn State, but JJ McCarthy and the boys look like in the second half they got it together last week. I expect them on their home field to continue that today. If this game was in Penn State, I'd maybe say a different story, but I'm going to be looking for Penn State to switch that side because they seem to not come up with that big win in the Big Ten when they need it lately. Hopefully today's the day, but I don't see it. I think Michigan 27-19.
Okay, so I'm a little torn here because I tend to pull for all your teams as long as it's not the Florida Gators or the Miami Hurricanes or anything that smells bad. And with Tones being a Penn State guy and Sean being a Michigan guy, first of all, and I mean this sincerely, I really hope it's a good game because I hope the loser isn't eliminated, right? I hope it doesn't neither one gets blown out because I'd like to see a fun season. The only reason why I'm going to Michigan, the only reason is because it's in Ann Arbor, but I don't think they cover. I think Penn State, Michigan is going to be a slobber knocker. Doug said it best. Low scoring. I would tend to go with the under. It's already dropped 1.5 since last night when I first jotted it down. I see today that it's 49. It was 50.5 last night, somewhere during the Padres game. I was doing pre-show prep. So let me go with, I'll say something like 20-17. But Penn State will have the ball with the chance to make a play at the end, and we'll just see if they do it. But because it's on the road, that's the only reason why I'm going with it. And I think these are two evenly matched teams, and I think this is a fun one. And shame on Fox for putting this on at noon.
Mm-hmm.
So,
especially with the noon slate today as well, just the slate of college football today in general, they didn't do a good job at spreading it out too well, in my opinion.
Yeah, the game tonight for Fox is USC Utah. Bum. So that would be a decent game on most weeks. This week of all weeks, you should have put your best foot forward on Saturday night and put Michigan Penn State on. Sorry,
I agree with that.
USC Utah, you could have either put that later in the evening, or you could have made it a 3:30 tilt, a 4:00 tilt, where it's it's noon, 1 o'clock their time. Don't tell me that's too early, because that's what you're asking the Penn State and Michigan fans to do.
Yep.
So, and depending where you are in Big Ten country, it's as early as 11 a.m. where you're watching it. So anyways, that's my biggest complaint about this game, is that it should not be. Fox has got to get their act together when it comes to college football. They keep putting their big game of the week on at noon. I'm telling you, most people don't get settled in and watching college football till around 3:30-ish. The noon games are fine on in the background, but most fans want to get stuff done before they, plop their asses down for 7 to 10 hours, right? And so
Correct.
it's just it's a bad look. Moving on from that game that I think we're so many big games won't get a chance to talk about this much. NC State Syracuse. I'm going to pull up the line on that. We are looking at Syracuse is -4. They're at home. They're undefeated. They're number 18 in the country. And strangely enough, NC State is 5-1 and ranked above them. Now, some of that has to do with the fact that NC State's actually played a really tough schedule. NC State lost a close game to Clemson, and they went on the road and beat Florida State last week. So NC State's got a good squad. We're going to find out about Syracuse today. Not watch what Syracuse, but I know what Syracuse is about. They're going to try to pull the air out of the ball, try to keep it low scoring. The over-under on this game is, let me get it real quick, 42.5. So that tells you how low scoring Vegas thinks it's going to be. I'll start it off. You know what? I'm just going to kind of believe in Syracuse. I'm pulling for NC State realistically, because if Florida State's going to have any chance of getting back in the divisional race, Syracuse needs to lose. But I'm gonna go ahead and say Syracuse wins it. A nasty, ugly game. Say Syracuse. I would tend to take us NC State the points. I'll say 17-16 Syracuse at home. Doug, what say you?
I'm in the same mindset you are. I even got it lower scoring. I think Syracuse will win. I was going to say 14-13. I don't want. Yep.
So would you be more likely to take the Syracuse -4, NC State +4, or the over-under at 42.5?
I'd be more inclined to take the over-under.
The under at 42.5?
Yeah.
Tones, what say you?
Yeah, I love Dino Babers, right? Former coach at Joey and I's alma mater, Eastern Illinois University, moved his way up quick. Then he went to Bowling Green, and now he's done a great job at Syracuse. I just think 4 points is a little too much for my blood in this one. I do like what NC State's done this year. I think ultimately Syracuse wins the game by less than 4. I'd go NC State, get in those 4 points. They're only going to lose this one by a field goal or less, in my opinion. I don't see how they don't cover. I like NC State covering at Syracuse, getting that 4 points.
I don't, Tony, with the I just hope both teams have fun today. I think he's referring to the Penn State game. Yeah. Joey, what say you, Syracuse and NC State?
Yeah, it must be opposite day for me, because I'm going to go with the over and take Syracuse and give the points. I think the quarterback turns it over less. I'm not going to go a super high scoring game, but I'm going to go 24-20. I'm going to go 26-20 Syracuse. So I put the over under at 46. I just think at the end of the day, this is Syracuse's time. Like you said, I'm going to ride that wagon a little bit. NC State has had a great year as well, but I want to see Syracuse keep the undefeated streak alive. So I'm going to take the over in Syracuse today.
All right, moving on from that game. Let's go ahead and talk the Big Tilt real quick. We'll get back into it later in the show, but Tennessee, Alabama, that's where game day is today. In Knoxville, Tennessee Volunteers. Scroll back up to get that line up there. The Tennessee Volunteers. Here we go. They are now a 9-point underdog, because it does look like there's been a report coming out. They do believe Bryce Young is going to play. So a 9-point underdog. The over under, is it still 66? That's what I saw this morning. 66.5. Man, that's a lot of points. But I wouldn't bet the under, because these two offenses can move, and I don't know if the defenses are going to be able to stop them. But if you really believe in Alabama and you think that they're that dominant and that they always have the better players and blah, 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 you kind of tend to think that they could hold Tennessee's offense down enough to keep the score under 66.5. I'm going to go ahead and say it with my chest. I never go first, but that's my stupid underdog today. The Tennessee Volunteers are going to upset the Alabama Crimson Tide today. And I'll go ahead and take them at the +9. And I think Tennessee wins. It'll be a shootout. 42-40, somewhere in that neighborhood. Because Alabama will give up points, especially if they get in a roller coaster going game back and forth. And I'm going to double down on that.
Oh, wow.
The Vols are going to be my lock of the week.
Wow. Ding, 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 ding.
And I've never done that, or I've rarely done that. And hopefully my record stands up pretty well. Stupid underdogs are literally what it is. I just broke even last week. I'm at 0. After getting a lot of negatives to start off the year. I'm 4-1 on the locks. Stupid Duke. That's what you get for going to the well 2 weeks in a row with the Duke Blue Devils. But anyways, I'm saying it with my chest. Tennessee Volunteers, stupid underdog upset, and my lock, and that's how we'll do that.
I like it. I like it.
Now, with that being said, I do apologize, Tennessee Volunteer fans, because I just put the kiss of death on you. And let's go around. Give me some predictions. Doug, what you got? Tennessee versus Bama in Knox Vegas.
You swiped it from me because that was my lock of the week. I got Tennessee all the way in this game. I don't care if Bryce Harper plays or not. He's not going to be 100%. This has got a Tennessee win written all over it.
Tones, what say you?
I do like Tennessee as well. It's scary that I'm agreeing with you gentlemen like that, but Tennessee, I think it's been their year. They've played some really good football, especially of late, and I don't see that stopping today. I like them getting that many points. 9 points is a ton. I think they cover in this one, and I honestly like them enough to take them straight up. I'm going to go Tennessee with a close one here. I'll have them winning this one 27-26, literally by the hair on their chin, but I do got them winning this one today straight up, and I love that spread of 9.
I'll have that game on in the background. I'm obviously doing the game today, Braves Phillies, first pitch 2:00 if you want to tune in. But I'll have one eye trying to keep an eye on that Tennessee Alabama game. Good news is if everything goes according to plan, win, lose, or draw, the Braves game will end around halftime of Tennessee Alabama. And I'll get a chance to really lock into the second half and then get ready for Florida State Clemson. Joey, what say you?
Yeah, I went opposite on the first two. Not so fast here.
Man, I thought for sure you're going to say Alabama 70.
No,
-2.
After last week watching Hendon Hooker in this offense, man, Tennessee just took it to LSU. I expect them to not take it to Alabama, but I love them to win today as well, straight up. 35-31 Volunteers, and that's a scary thing that all 4 of us like the Tennessee Volunteers win, but I'm doing it. We're putting the stamp on them.
That is the kiss of death. All 4 of us. All 4 of us just put the kiss of death on them. Oh, my God.
You didn't even put it on just the spread. We all go money line.
Yeah, we go. Let's go. Let's ride.
We are.
How about that for sacking up?
We're either going to have this go on the famous reel and have all 4 of us be right, or we're going to have brown bags over our head come next week.
Real quick, we'll get back into this game a little later. Florida State's it's down to 4.5 now. I'm a little surprised that line keeps dropping. Clemson has been covering the spread. Clemson has been dominant. It is in Florida. It is in Tallahassee. The one thing that concerns me is this is the 3rd consecutive tough game in a row. FSU, just like NC State, you wonder what they have left in the tank mentally, because this is, these aren't professional kids, not I mean, some of them are technically, but not really, right? And you do wonder what a fourth consecutive game will do. But I think with the electricity that's going to be in that building, and when they're at home at night, it has been raucous this year. It's also the ABC game of the week. I don't know if that's where I would have went, but I get it. Florida State is a brand, and Clemson's number 4 in the country, so I get it. They're trying to make sure. I mean, I'll tell you what, I think most people are going to watch Florida State Clemson over USC Utah. Even though those two teams are ranked, most people view as USC as usually being a fraud until proven otherwise, and Utah's got 2 losses, so there that is. I'll hold off from our prediction on Florida State Clemson a little later, but I do want to get the guys who'll end up dipping out soon. Doug, I'll start with you. Florida State Clemson, FSU's getting 4.5, and the over-under's 51. Fairly low score for a college football game. Though both defenses are 2 of the better in the ACC and 2 of the better in the country. What say you?
I got Florida. I got Florida winning by 5, or Florida State winning by 5. I think just like you said, those defenses are going to be a part of the over/under. I think, believe it or not, it's going to be a low-scoring game. I'm looking for Florida State to win 30-24.
Don't do that Freudian slip and call us Florida, by God. We're either FSU or Florida State or the Knowles. I remember years ago when we first started building our dynasty in the late 80s and early 90s, you would hear Florida University, and I would just go all over me. Like, it's the University of Florida, and it's the Florida State University. You don't mix the two together.
Oh God!
You did catch yourself each time, but it just, and for folks that don't understand why that drives you nuts, it would literally be like Penn State being called Penn.
Mm-hmm.
Or honestly, it would be like Penn State being accidentally called the Penn State Panthers, right? You know, you're just like, no, we've got our own identity.
Mm-hmm. Nittany Lion, baby.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mike Hederman, the Nebraska man, joining us this evening in the chat. We got a Nebraska fan out there.
Yeah, I saw that a fan this week bought up the remaining tickets that were eligible to ensure that Nebraska has yet another sellout for the entire season.
That is insane. Maybe it was Matt Rule already doing his homework early, trying to sneak his way into the job there, because it is.
I forget how many years they're at, but I mean, it has been decades since they haven't had a sellout, and he's bought. It was a few thousand tickets that were still left for the remainder of the season, and he bought them. Make sure. So, I mean, obviously, that's someone who's living in high corn, right? Normally they say high cotton, he's in high corn. You know,
The good stuff.
and honestly, man, I think Nebraska's playing better balls since they got rid of Scott Frost.
Yeah, they honestly have been playing a lot better football after getting rid of Scott Frost. And it's kind of funny how that works, right? He was such a hyped up head coach, got all that money going there, former alma mater at Nebraska. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Husker, the Puckheads, are glad he's gone. So Nebraska fans got their wish. He is out of there. And a lot of nasty rumors about him floating around in that town. So always interesting to hear that stuff seep out after they leave. But I like couple names to go to Nebraska. There's a couple good candidates.
I'm telling you, if I'm Nebraska, I'm doing whatever I can to try to get Matt Rule there. Because if he can turn around Baylor as quickly as he did, he can turn around Nebraska.
Yeah, he did turn around Baylor quick.
Nebraska, by the way, they are getting 14 at Purdue tonight. I would be willing to take Nebraska in the points. I think they're being undervalued. As Sean likes to call them, frisky. I think they're frisky. And getting 14 on the road looks like it's going to be a fairly cool night there at Purdue. I'm not saying I'll go as crazy as to think Nebraska will win the game, but 14 is a lot of points for Purdue to cover.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like 14. That is a lot of points for Purdue to cover. They don't really blow too many people out, even when they do win football games. So that's definitely one to keep an eye on. And Nebraska's been playing a little better brand of football
Purdue
as
didn't
well.
blow people out when Drew Brees was there. They didn't blow people out when Bob Greasy was there. Like every time since the day I was born, the final for a Purdue football game is usually 16-10.
Yeah, it seems that way, doesn't it? Week in and week out. Yeah, it sure does.
Doug, I know you got a jam here pretty quickly. What is your stupid underdog for the week, sir?
My stupid underdog is I think James Madison won't cover against whoever they're playing this week. I just had it on here. Sorry.
Who?
James Madison.
Oh, James Madison.
Yeah, James Madison. The Dukes.
I thought you said something medicine. I was like, now?
NyQuil or
We're
Dayquil?
going to the school of a Tones Areola when it comes to picks.
James Madison, I love it. They're
What
playing some
conference
good
are those
ball.
bums in?
They just got added this year to a bowl eligible conference.
Where are they currently in? If you're going to make the call, let me know what conference they're in so I can find them.
James Madison is in the conference of the Sun Belt, the Fun Belt.
Are they playing in the Sun Belt at this point?
Yep, they are. They're officially, this year is their first year as a member of the Sun Belt.
You'd think I would know that, but Sun Belt football makes my eyes hurt, so I typically don't flip over there. All right, so JMU in the Sun Belt. I always have to put an asterisk and pointing to where the hell that you find the score the next week. You're taking Georgia Southern.
Yep, against
12.5. Well, isn't that exciting? Good Lord.
Doug's going to be all locked in on that one while we got games like crazy over here. Doug's going to be on James Madison, Georgia Southern.
Doug.
Yeah.
Doug, what is your walk-off for the day, sir?
My walk-off is today. I don't know if anybody knows, but Bruce Sutter died.
Yes.
The other day. Bruce Sutter, when I was a kid, 1982. He made what being a closer in baseball was, and I can't tell you, watching him in person, the impact he had on Major League Baseball, and watching him pitch for the Cardinals in '82 in the World Series to close that out was one of the best sports moments I had when I was in high school.
Bruce Sutter, by the way, I jotted this down. I didn't get a chance to get into the game yesterday. I got sidetracked. So he pitched for the Cubs in the 70s and then ended up finishing off with the Cardinals and then finished his career with the Braves.
Yeah.
In 1978, he was so dominant that he won the Cy Young Award as a closer.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Which would never happen today, mainly because closers nowadays go one inning.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to this statistic, and this is all you need to know about Bruce Sutter and how dominant he was. You know, Mad Dog said it yesterday. He's top 4 in his mind all time as closers, and I kind of have to agree. I don't know who I'd put as my number 5 guy, but you definitely have to go, you know, Mariano Rivera, Bruce Sutter, and this is in order. Mariano Rivera, Bruce Sutter, and then probably I'm going Dennis Eckersley and then Goose Gossage maybe. I forget who his 4 were, but those are definitely the top 2 in my book. There were some other good ones, but a lot of them tail off at the end, right? Or a lot of them just aren't big in big moments like Hoffman. Trevor Hoffman was a really good closer, but he never had big moments, right? But this is the number. 130 appearances in Bruce Sutter's Hall of Fame relief career. He went 2 innings or more.
Wow.
That's a horse.
That is a horse of a reliever, of a closer. I'm sorry.
In 1979, he had a 9.8 K rate. And when he came in, he bare minimum in that year, bare minimum was 2 innings. Normally there were 3 innings.
Our dad's favorite pitchers.
Yep,
You
that's
said he was a Cub as well, so rest in
Yep.
peace.
2 ERA, and for a reliever pitching 2 to 3 innings every time out, that's phenomenal.
Yep.
All right, Doug, great walk-off. We'll see you next week. We should be back at the normal time. Have a great day, sir. We are going to
All
take
right.
a really quick break and reset. When we come back, a lot more college football and, of course, the Major League Baseball playoffs. We'll be back in a flash.
Go Sunbelt.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992. It ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now. 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Listen, we need to have a talk about Vanderhoff. The fact is, he's the sponsor. And you signed a contract guaranteeing him certain concessions, one of them being a spot on the show.
Well, that's where I see things just a little differently. Contract or no, I will not bow to any sponsor.
Sorry you feel that way, but basically it's the nature of the beast.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the beast doesn't include selling out. Garth, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do things because they get paid. And that's just really sad.
I can't talk about it anymore. It's giving me a headache.
Here, take 2 of these.
Ah, new print, little, yellow, different.
Look, you can stay here in the big leagues and play by the rules, or you can go back to the farm club in Aurora. It's your choice.
Yes, and it's the choice of a new generation.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Welcome back, y'all. Braves Country Baseball, 2 p.m. first pitch today. And yes, JL, the Braves will win today. They're going to get up off the mat. That was a raucous crowd in Philadelphia. I think they might have been a little stunned. I also think, and this was what my biggest concern was going into this series. It's why I hated the fact that we lost one of the games in Atlanta. They just simply don't beat Aaron Nola. And Aaron Nola has now pitched 2 really good games in the playoffs. I know what Zach Wheeler is viewed upon as their ace, but Aaron Nola is their guy. And if we can get past today, we'll have our guy on the mound tomorrow, Max Fried. They'll have Suarez. You could see Zach Wheeler come in, but Wheeler has not done relief work in a long time. So it's a lot easier to say you're going to bring a guy out of the bullpen than for the guy to actually have to come out of the bullpen, because it's not the normal warm-up routine for a starter.
Yeah, and from the outside looking in here and on the Braves, Philly fans are probably a little bit too comfortable right now being up 2-1 in the series. I really like where the Braves are at. You got your veteran pitcher on the mound who's had a lot of postseason experience against bullpen by committee. If this game gets away from the Phillies early, Braves, you have Morton on the mound, everything will calm down. Then you can get back to your home turf. So as electric as that crowd was yesterday, it's probably as good as Philly fans are feeling right now. I don't feel so good about the Phillies game today because I don't like the bullpen by committee mode. And I like Charlie Morton in the spot. You're at least I know he hasn't been great this year, but you feel a comfortability factor when he's on the mound. And that's why I like the Braves to take it and make it to a game 5.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to say is, though our guys tomorrow, our guy B, 1A and 1B, he's today. And everyone loves Strider. And everyone loves Wright. But Charlie Morton, there's a reason why he's been signed by the Braves the last few years and extended again. He's an old dog. And I saw statistics that is phenomenal. Listen to this statistic. Charlie Morton is one of the best ever at this. In elimination games, Charlie Morton's postseason ERA, career postseason ERA, is 0.73.
And he is a beast out there. He makes it look easy out there when he is dealing.
He's got that curveball working, we're going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
His biggest concern that I get sometimes is it takes him a while to get going. And that curveball, that backdoor curveball, he loses control of it and he hits batters. It's not that he starts giving up a lot of home runs and whatnot. It's not like what you saw at a Strider yesterday.
Yeah.
It's that he'll put runners on base that they just get the free pass because of that. He was so money in the playoffs last year. I just have to believe that he's not going to look like Strider yesterday in the 3rd inning, that he's going to look more like Kyle Wright. With that being said, the Braves bats have to wake up, because you can't keep asking these guys to shut people out for you to get a W. There's too much talent in that lineup. And ironically, the only guys that are really hitting right now with pop is Matt Olson. Acuna's getting on base, but he's not hitting the ball out. He's pulling everything. And when Acuna pulls everything, that's usually when he gets in trouble. He's gotten a few singles. Travis Darno's had some good at bats, but Dansby Swanson needs to show up. Austin Riley needs to wake the hell up. $212 million man with the ring on your finger. It's time to shine, baby boy. This is it. This is do or die. And this isn't, we'll get him next year. No, you never know what your team's going to look like from year to year. There's been a lot of really talented teams, and the Braves will be another very talented team that don't make the playoffs because of injuries, because whatever. There's a million reasons. Seize the opportunity, because you don't know how many of these you're going to get. And the Braves, Derek Jeter of this generation, Dansby Swanson, it's time to earn that money that you're going to be asking for in about a month.
Yeah, he's going to ask for a big payday. And me and a buddy were actually talking about this yesterday. He's like, Braves are going to be good for a long time. And I'm like, you never know in baseball. Braves already have some injury problem with some of their younger guys. You never know on a year-to-year thing. So to me, Braves go all in this year. You got to win it in the present. You never know when a run could come to an end in the snap of a finger. So Braves, you got to root for it now. Go all out while you have this team.
Don't get me wrong. The Braves are going to be dominant for the next decade. They've got their core locked up, but you don't know how good you're going to be championship-wise, per se.
Exactly.
I think in the next 10 years, assuming the Braves players stay relatively healthy, the Braves are in the playoffs at least 8 of the next 10 years.
Likely so with that roster, for sure. Health is the one big thing.
Probably win the division half the time. That doesn't mean anything because you get in the playoffs. I mean, I'm sorry, but Philadelphia's not a good baseball team. But has this big layoff hurt Atlanta? It's a fair question. You see the Dodgers struggling. You see the Yankees dropped one yesterday. The only team that hasn't sputtered is I was going to say the Astros. The only one who hasn't sputtered is Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
Yordan Alvarez doesn't do what he's done the last couple of games. It could be 1-1, if not 0-2 heading back to Seattle. So, baseball is the hardest sport of all. We all know that. And there's a reason why it's so hard to win these titles. That's why what the Yankees did were so incredible in the 90s. Even though, yes, they had the money, but still they stayed focused and to keep the focus.
Yeah, it's like, look at the Dodgers, right? Perfect example. I mean, money buys them whatever they want. They've been a dominant team for the past decade plus, but how many rings do they have to show for it? Only one. So it's one of those situations, and that's a Mickey Mouse half ring anyways. So, one of those situations like we were just talking about, you could be good for a long time, but only one championship.
I didn't have a chance to edit it. I wish I could have, but I saw a video last night that made me fall out of my seat. There just wasn't enough time to do it this morning. I saw a video last night, I believe it was on TikTok, and there's this Braves fan who comes out into a doorway, very plain looking video, just has a white t-shirt on and a Braves hat on. And the caption reads, "To Charlie Morton." And the guy peers in like this, and he goes, "Fix my life, you son of a bleep." You hear me? And then he pauses. He goes, "Go Braves." I'm like, that's way to say it. Like, yes, fix my life today, Charlie Morton. That's what I want you to do. Fix my life. If we lose, I'm going to be just devastated. And my wife knows I've got a bottle of whiskey on ice I've been holding for the end of the season, win, lose, or draw. And if we lose, that thing is going down. And I might need to turn off my phone because there's going to be a lot of cursing of the government. And Florida State's playing Clemson. So if I get a double whammy tonight,
we might have
bottle of whiskey is gone.
I might be face down in the pool.
We might have to put an alert out for McGee next week, Armchair Quarterback Show. Where the hell did our host go?
Exactly. All right, let's get back into some college football games we haven't discussed. This one intrigues me, though. I won't be able to watch it because I'll be in the middle of doing the broadcast. The other thing is I'm going to keep on Tennessee Bama. I'm not going to have 9 games on like I normally do when I'm doing a game. I focus on the baseball broadcast. Oklahoma State TCU. I'll go and put the spreads back up there. Let me hit that real quick. All right. Oklahoma State TCU, excuse me. That game is at 3:30 Eastern. Well, there it is. TCU is a 4.5-point favorite. If I was going to go anywhere with this, let me see what the actual.
Wow, the over-under is high.
Well,
TCU could score.
It's 2 really explosive offenses, 68.5. So just like Tennessee, Alabama. If you told me I had to choose one of those for an under, I would go Tennessee, Alabama before I went. I think TCU, Oklahoma State's going to be an absolute shootout. But the only problem is when you start creeping into those 68.5s and whatnot, everything has to go perfectly. You can't have a couple of drives that stall out deep in someone's territory that just ate the clock up. So when it starts getting into the high 60s, I usually just stay away from the damn over-under, unless I really feel good about the under.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to bet an over that high. When it's in the 60s or 70s, like you said, unless you feel stone cold on the under, I'd stay away from it.
I do feel like it'll probably be in that range because these two offenses, they have gone up and down the field. But, man, that's a lot of points. Who are y'all willing to take on that one? TCU, a 4.5-point favorite, though. Oklahoma State's ranked higher, but TCU is at home.
Yeah, I'm going to lean on Oklahoma State here, getting the 4.5 points. I like them a lot. Coach Gundy's been there a long time, and he has them ready to roll. They've barely missed the playoffs the past few years. They've been on the outside looking in. I think now they seize an opportunity here in the Big 12 to make some noise this year, and it starts with this game. You lose to TCU, you're almost done. guaranteed. I think Gundy has his guys ready to play today. I think that explosive offense is ready to roll today. And I think Sanders, their quarterback, who's had a tremendous year so far, keeps it up today. And I think Oklahoma State not only covers the spread, but I got these cats winning straight up outright. Give me Oklahoma State winning 38-35 in a bit of a shootout here in this one. Not confident enough to take the over. I do think it probably comes in, but as McGee alluded to, you need everything to fall like dominoes for that to happen. Give me Oklahoma State in the Fighting Gundy.
So you take them in the points. I would look anytime it's more than a field goal. I think the game's going to be a nail biter. I usually do take the underdog. I would say that's probably not the smart way to go, right? Usually these games end in a touchdown one way or the other. But I would lean with you. Joey, what say you?
I'm going opposite. I'm taking Max Duggan, who I think's the better quarterback in this one, and I'm going to take TCU 42, Oklahoma State 35, and which will be a really fun game to watch at a tough time slot competing with Tennessee, Bama. But I just think TCU on their home field, led by Max Duggan, I think they just absolutely find a way. And 42-35, that has the over coming in as well. So a lot has to go right for that, but it's going to be a shootout over there in Texas.
All right, moving on from that game. We got a few more before Joey has to jump off here. Joey, real quick.
Yes, sir.
I want to hit some baseball lines in case people are thinking about putting some money on the baseball line.
Absolutely.
This is what we're looking at today. This is what I see. I'm on a gambling website, so I usually keep the football lines over on ESPN, but I go with the gambling website just because there's more options. The Braves are minus 130 today. Phillies plus 108. Houston with Lance McCullers and versus George Kirby, a good pitching matchup. It's even Steven. Both of them are minus 110. The Yankees are minus 115 in Cleveland against Tristan McKenzie. The over-under there is 6.5. By the way, Houston's over-under is 7. Atlanta's over-under is 9. And then tonight, Tyler Anderson and the Dodgers are minus 120. Joe Musgrove is even in the Padres. The first one that jumps out at me over any of it is take Joe Musgrove in the Padres. You're getting even money, and Joe Musgrove was so damn unhittable against the Mets, no matter what he had on his ears. By the way, they did a comparison. It's pretty funny. You know how Joe Musgrove, they kept saying, all the baseball geeks kept saying, well, his spin rate was higher than it was in the regular season. They did a side-by-side comparison, and the average spin rate in the baseball playoffs has been plus 5.3%. And Musgrove's was right in that neighborhood. It was like 5.4. So anyways, in other words, yes, he was throwing harder. It might just be good old-fashioned adrenaline.
It's postseason baseball. These
and
guys
they're not
know
holding
that.
back. They're not going, oh, man, I better not wear myself out. Don't want to blow my elbow out. They're trying to get – they're not just trying to win that championship. People don't understand. There's life-changing money involved in that.
Yeah, and it's the Padres. They are going balls to the wall for this championship, and you got to do that against the Mets, against the Dodgers, and whoever comes out of Philly, Atlanta. So these guys are throwing for their life out there, like McGee said, for more money and all that good stuff. You can't blame them at all, and I'd expect the spin rates to be up, quite honestly.
Joey, are there any of those baseball games that jump out at you that you'd lay some on?
The two games I would lay a little bit of cheddar on. I already alluded to the Braves a little bit earlier. I would be throwing a little bit on them. Until you're beaten as the defending champ, you're still the champ, as you alluded to, with Charlie Morton on the mound. I feel pretty comfortable there against bullpen by committee. I also like the Astros today. Lance McCullers, listen, he had some injuries last year, missed some time here and there. This year, he's just been, as usual, a stud. in a 1-1 or in a 2-0 lead. They could just close it out today. I think they do so. So I like the Braves and the Astros, even though both the favorites. I'm fine with that. I'm laying a good amount on each of those teams in the first 2 games of the MLB playoff today, in the Braves and the Astros.
All right, what is your stupid underdog and what is your walk-off for the day? Did we lose him?
Did he go all gray screen on us for now? Well, I could give my stupid underdog right now if we need to.
Well, no, just hold off on that. If we lost him,
he'll probably be back in a second. I bet you.
There he is.
Hey. Well, you're half here now. Now we can see you. Now we just can't hear you.
All right, brother. We're gonna go ahead and hit a quick commercial break. Drop your stupid underdog in the chat, Joe.
I'll text you.
Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. You're back. What's your stupid underdog?
Real quick, stupid underdog pick will be Nebraska plus 14. I really like that at Purdue. Like you said, even when Purdue's good, they don't blow people out. So I'm going to take, for Mr. H and my Nebraska fans out there, take the Cornhuskers at plus 14. And my lock of the day is going to be BYU at home against Arkansas. BYU's -1. I think they get off the schneid today after a tough game against Notre Dame a couple weeks ago. BYU is my lock, -1, and Nebraska plus 14. You all have a great day and enjoy the games.
So BYU is going to sink us 2 weeks in a row. Heard. John went on this big diatribe last week, telling him there's no way BYU's not going to cover, and then they don't. All right.
Hey, good luck to your Braves today. I'm hoping for you and your whiskey bottle the best, my friend.
I'm assuming that Notre Dame's going to cruise, but good luck to y'all.
You never know. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. We will be back in a flash when we come back. Bobby's going to join us. We'll be back in just a lickety split here on the Armchair Quarterback Saturday morning kickoff show.
Woohoo! You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
I might audible. How audible I'll use.
Polly, red Polly, blue poncho, blue poncho. Rambo, Rambo. Give me first shot here, first shot.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
It's been blowing Sally Buffalo.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Make contact. A collective psychosis is sweeping the nation. We're in the thick of the haze craze, and Elysian is introducing an altered state of IPA. Contact Haze is a tangled chemistry of mild haze, low bitterness, and an explosion of hop aroma. This hazy IPA bursts with notes of bright raspberry, currant, citrus, guava, and passion fruit. Available in 6-pack cans in stores. Make contact.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday mornings, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
I'm Andy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like
Woo! We're back. Bobby the Kid's with us. Bobby Schneider, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. We got a big day of sports ahead of us. I'm looking forward to it.
Enormous day in sports. College football, probably the biggest Saturday in college football, top to bottom. Not just to date, I think all year. There's very, very few times you get 6 matchups in college football of ranked teams clashing. And the implications are huge, although there will probably be a Saturday down the road that's a little bigger because you'll have some big time upsets that'll just knock some folks out. But this is elimination Saturday or separation Saturday. It doesn't quite eliminate, the separation Saturday. You win today and you're the Tennessee Volunteers. You can put your freaking chest out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you're talking college football playoffs, possibly.
This is the big prove-it game, I'd say, for them.
And then, of course, you got the showdown in Georgia. But you got to get there first.
Mm-hmm.
If you beat Alabama and you lose a nail-biter to Georgia next week, you're still in the talk.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll probably keep you out of the SEC championship. But that isn't necessarily a bad game.
Yeah, it would keep you in the SEC championship game. But who's to say that they would keep them out of the playoffs? Because let's say Georgia ran the table and beat Alabama in the assuming it's Alabama in the SEC title game.
I was talking to a friend who's a Tennessee fan. He had asked if Tennessee beats Bama, Tennessee loses to Georgia, and Bama beats Georgia in the SEC championship, how does that work out? Where do they go with that?
A lot of it'll be style points, and the other thing you'll look at is a lot of times they lean on the conference champion over the team that didn't make it.
Yeah.
But if Tennessee thumps Alabama today, wins convincingly, close loss to Georgia, and Alabama barely beats Georgia, you might get Alabama and Tennessee in the playoffs and no Georgia.
I can see that.
It'll be a lot of style points. Or who the hell knows? They might throw them all in there and go, ACC, suck it. Clemson, you should have thought of that before you lost to Florida State by 17 tonight. Let's go. But today is definitely separation Saturday. LSU and the Gators. Let's go ahead and hit that real quick. I see Tony in the scores. He's saying LSU by 10 in the Swamp. I still think Florida's going to win that game. LSU, they'll show signs of improvement from week to week, but they never seem to put it all together. Let's go ahead and share the screen. Gonna have to find. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to find the actual scores for that because
it won't be in the top 25. You have to change that.
No, and I won't be able to change the screen because it goes straight to top 25, and then I would have to expand it. It's kind of a pain. So I'll go ahead and just pull it up on another screen and tell you what I see. I thought there would be a click down button, but the screen's too small. Florida minus 2.5. The over under is 50.5. So that has not moved. I think we'll get a pretty close, low scoring game. I still think Florida's probably going to win that game by a field goal. Like
I'm on the same boat as you.
23-20, 24-21, somewhere in that area.
I like Florida minus 2.5, and I would definitely go with under in that game.
Yeah, I like Florida in this game as well. I think that Florida is going to be prepared in the Swamp against LSU. LSU, right when you think they might have something going this year, they take a step back, as McGee alluded to. So I think Anthony Richardson has a nice game today, and Florida capitalizes on that, and they win a close one.
Yeah, LSU they're too inconsistent offensively. And Anthony Richardson, he's definitely the better quarterback in this matchup. And as long as they don't ask him to do too much with his arm, I don't think he's going to make big mistakes. The one thing I will beg Billy Napier to do, for all the Florida fans out there, when it is appropriate, punt the damn football. Kick the damn field goal. Nothing wrong with a coffin corner kick. Quit going for it on 4th and 4 on your own 35. Because this is always my thing. It's different if the game's late and you need the touchdown. We get that. Throw that out. But let's just say second quarter. Let's say it's 4th and inches on your own 30. What are you gaining by getting that, and what could you lose? If you gain it, you get another set of downs, and nothing's guaranteed that you're going to get another first down. So you might be punting from the same situation anyways. But if you don't get it, a bobbled snap, one guy busts through the A gap and knocks your running back into oblivion, like a Jadeveon Clowney type play, anything could happen. And you lose, you totally flip the field and put your defense back on its heels. So believe in your defense a little more. Florida's got to see a solid defense. Quit just thinking that you have to go out there. I don't know if it's his years in Louisiana, but he thinks he has to score 70 points. Punt when you have to punt, and don't listen to the analytic dorks because they're usually wrong. They'll tell you, well, 68% of the time this works. Yeah, what about the other 32%? 53% of the time this works, but 47% of the time it doesn't. Yeah, but you got to go with the point. Yeah, but you got to put it all in one capsule as far as you're taking statistics of when Alabama goes for it on 4th down against James Madison. Not when the Gators are going for it on 4th down against a good LSU defensive front, right?
Correct.
So that's my problem with all the analytics. They never compare apples to apples. They're comparing apples with oranges and bananas and pears and grapes. It's a big damn fruit basket.
Yeah, and the other thing is, you already made a great point, but they don't do it based on situationals as well, right? So they just assume that every situation is the same when they put analytic percentages into that stuff. No, it's way different. Like the Raiders going for 2 the other night with 5 minutes left in the game. Sure, it might be a little more appropriate with less time left in the game, but stuff like that, you got the best field goal kicker in the league. You're overthinking it there. Way too cute. Raiders ended up getting the ball back, and they could have won with a field goal, but instead shenanigans happened. They went for 2, and that was that. So really a shame to see analytics costing some teams football games when they think it's all just good. And I'm not saying it's all bad, but half of it is garbage in my opinion.
By the way, I jinxed the Padres, and I do apologize ahead of time, Padre fans. I said it with my chest, and I just took the Padres on the money line a second ago.
Oh, geez.
Dude, Musgrove at home, let's go.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I agree, man.
And
in that ballpark.
Not let it get back to Los Angeles.
No.
Just like the Braves and Phillies. Phillies lose today. Might as well not get. Here's a slip of the tongue by the Phillies. Yesterday press conference. Bryce Harper. I'm trying to think of who was sitting next to him. It was probably Castellanos, but I don't remember. It might have been Schwarber. But they were talking about how electric the crowd was, and Harper said, I hope it's like this for the next 2 weeks. What? You say, I hope it's like that tomorrow. You don't know if you're going to be playing the next 2 weeks.
No.
Not only are you assuming you're going to beat the Braves, you're assuming you're going to be in the damn World Series.
Teams use that as bulletin board material.
On your own team there, Brycey boy.
If I'm the Braves, I'm using that as locker room talk, bulletin board material.
It probably went on the radar. They probably didn't even pay attention to it. I mean, if they're smart, they're listening to the show right now. But I mean, that would be the equivalent of Spencer Strider coming off the, being interviewed yesterday. Goes, well, I really hope I get it together by the time we get to the World Series. What? What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You got to win tomorrow. and Snicker said it best last night. He said, I told the guys, we got to, what you're facing now is you got to win one in a row. And that's the mentality. I will always question a lot of things that Snicker does, setting the lineups, some situational things that he does are questionable. But the one thing I'll never question, he does a great job of commanding that locker room. He's a very calming presence. So if the Braves lose, don't people start pointing at Snicker. The Braves lost because the Braves players didn't show up. But just like that, I don't even know how I got on that rant. I'm just so fired up about this game today. But just like the analytics and whatnot, getting back to the college football, and I guess you can draw a comparison, but Billy Napier needs to be more of a calming presence for this young Florida team. And you're not a calming presence if you're going for it on fourth down on your side of the field in the first half. I mean, unless you're down by a boat ton, you're like, well, we can't keep punting the ball. The defense is trash, right? I get that. But I feel like if he would have managed that game a little differently, he probably upsets Tennessee in Knoxville. And that's a big game tonight. I think Florida wins. Y'all think Florida wins. We can move on. Back to Florida State Clemson real quick. FSU getting, let's see where it is now. Let me recalibrate my screen over here to make sure it hasn't changed.
4.5, I think still.
Is it still 4.5? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 4.5 and 51 still the over/under. Bobby, we haven't had your take on it. I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and give my prediction. I think Florida State does shock the world tonight. I think they're going to knock off Clemson. That team is a different team in Tallahassee. They looked phenomenal in the first half against NC State, and then the wheels just fell off. It's going to be a very low-scoring game. I would definitely take the under.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two of the better teams, not only in the ACC, but in the country. I mean, I got Florida State winning this. I'm a little surprised the over-under is as high as it is. I got them winning it something like 17-16. Just a slobber knocker of a game. Bobby, what say you?
I'll tell you what, I'll take Florida State plus 4.5 if I were betting on this. But I still think Clemson edges out a close win. I think they get the job done. But I'm with you on the low scoring aspect of it. I don't think it's going to be a lot of points put up tonight in that matchup.
So what's the score?
Let's say we'll do 2017 Clemson.
And Tones, what say you?
Yeah, Clemson has been skating thin ice a little bit. I'm going with Florida State and the points here. I'm taking Florida State with the 4.5 points, and I got Florida State winning this one by a point. Actually, I'm going to go with them getting the upset at home tonight. I like the way they've been playing this year. I've liked the way that Travis has played this year. I'm going with Florida State winning this one 28-27. I think it's really going to be a battle, and I think Clemson, they have looked good, really good at certain points this year, but I also think they've gotten by with some ice skating. So give me Florida State in the upset in this one. What the hell do I got to lose? And what do they got to lose, quite frankly?
Our third game in a row. So we got a lot to lose.
Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying. I
get. I mean, as long as the wheels don't fall off, they should get to a bowl game, which is what they're really looking to do this year.
Exactly.
Surprised a lot of folks beating LSU. You could argue that had they played a little crisper in the second half of these games, they could be 6-0. They would definitely be 5-1. It wouldn't have taken much to outlast NC State. They just absolutely could not get anything going offensively. They kept putting their defense out there, and the defense is eventually going to wear down. Jordan Travis has to play better. He played phenomenally in the first half, and then he just looked like absolute. And a lot of it was the pressure that was getting to him, but he's a senior. Hell, he's an 8-year senior at this point. he's got to be able to check down. He's got to be able to get the ball. And look, they got to get the ball in those. They have one of the better receiving cores in the country. Get the ball. I don't care if they're, and I hate the play because it's boring, but I don't care, man. Get a damn bubble screen going. Let's go. Let's get the ball up in space.
It was something that confused me. What happened on that last play on offense for Florida State last week? That just that boggled my mind.
We're still trying to figure that out.
Just the play call, the throw was terrible. The play call was terrible. I could not figure that out for the life of me.
I still say, though I like Norvell all in all, I still say he does not, and I think it's going to just come with experience. He does not make great decisions when the chips are down in the big moments. Now, I really think, as time goes on and he gets used to these bright lights and he's not in Memphis anymore, I think he'll be much better. But he makes some really questionable calls and gambles that you don't have to do. Losing their starting running back hurt, but we've got running back depth too, so they can't be the excuse. Simple fact of the matter is, you're up 17-3 at the half. You lose 19-17. You needed one damn scoring possession in the second half, and you win that game. So, all right, moving on from that, because I could go on that forever, like I can the Braves. We will get back into the Braves here in a little bit. Mississippi State, Kentucky. We have not talked about this game, and I'm looking forward to this one. Look, listen to what all is going to go down at the same time tonight. At around 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern, you're going to get Clemson, Clemson, Florida State, ABC. You're going to get Mississippi State, Kentucky, SEC Network. And though we kind of bash it a little bit, it could be entertaining, USC, Utah on Fox. All that's going down at the same time tonight. Mississippi State, Kentucky might be the best game of the bunch. And Kentucky is a 3.5-point underdog at home.
And by the way,
my lock, but I'm telling you, I almost took Kentucky. It was 4 last night. I grabbed it at 4.
You're going to have a couple postseason baseball games sprinkled in as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was focusing on college football, but yet 7:30 will be Yankees, Indians, Guardians, Indian Guardians. Guard the Indians, whatever the hell they are. Anyways, mentioned this, I think yesterday, but you remember the bugs that got Jabba Chamberlain years ago? Bobby, you probably wouldn't remember this.
Yes.
07. The bugs that were all over Jabba Chamberlain when the Yankees went to Cleveland. The ALCS, I think that was, or that might have been the ALDS. I don't remember. But anyways, I guess that had to be the DS because 07 was.
I think it was DS.
Yeah, it was because. So they come around every 6-7 years, 7-8 years. It's like a 7.5 year. It's not clockwork. They are back in Cleveland this weekend. There've been all kinds of talk about it. And Bobby, if you haven't seen the video, go online sometime today and you just look up Jabba Chamberlain playoffs is probably all you have to hit, or Jabba Chamberlain bugs, or Jabba Chamberlain versus Cleveland.
Are they the cicadas? Is that what they are?
No, they're not cicadas. No. They're much smaller. What they look like is big gnats.
Yes.
They were everywhere.
Look it up. Last week they invaded the Browns home game. So if you get a good look last week, they were all over, and people were alluding to it last week. They were like, oh my gosh, they were here for baseball and now they're here for a Browns game. They were in the press box and the announcing booth everywhere.
Midges. That's what they're called. They're called midges.
Yeah, midges.
And I'm going to see if I can make this big enough where y'all can see it. I don't know if this does it justice, but I'm going to go ahead and slide it in here anyways. Can you see that?
No, I see the scores.
Yeah,
you should be able to see it right now.
Yep. Now we got
it. Oh man.
So you see all those little bugs, but that doesn't do it justice. They were everywhere. everywhere.
You can see him all over his hat, inside the hat, outside the hat. It's like, you know, when you're trying to pitch in playoff baseball, you got a little more to focus on than a bunch of gnats swarming.
He fell apart. He was one of their better pitchers at the time.
I see a video of it. They're all over his neck.
Yeah.
Jeez,
his career was short-lived, but the manager of the Yankees at the time, Hall of Fame manager Joe Torre, still says of all the things that happened in his career, that's what he most regrets, is not taking his team off the field.
And Chamberlain was supposed to be the next big thing back in the day. He was, you know, one of the top prospects in all of baseball at one point.
Here's a picture of Posada trying to spray down. I think that's Rivera.
Yeah, that's Mariano.
And he's trying to spray some kind of bug spray to get rid of them. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, I mean, they were everywhere. It was insane. But yeah, they're back this weekend. So we'll see if we get another. It may not be a weather delay. We may get a midges delay. So there you have that.
Interesting.
Back to the world of football real quick. Bama, Tennessee. Did you give a prediction on that yet, Bobby?
I have not. No.
I think so. What you got?
Ooh, I mean, going up and look at it. So we got, I don't know. I don't want to say
-9 and the over under, I think, is 60. Is it 66?
67. I'm seeing.
I
don't want to jinx it for Tennessee, but I think this is going to be a lot closer game than the line indicates.
Put your chest on it, man. Come on. We've already done it.
I mean, 1 point.
It's many worse than what we've already done.
34. Let's see. 31-30 Bama. Barely.
The four of us earlier today all picked Tennessee to win outright. In fact, they're my stupid underdog and my lock. So I mean, I've put the kiss of death on them.
I have them listed as my stupid underdog choice too.
If it makes Tennessee fans feel any better, I have not hit a stupid underdog pick yet this year.
And that'll do it.
So I'm due, right?
Exactly. That just means you're due.
For folks who may have not seen the show before, want to know what stupid underdog picks, what they are is we take a team who's an underdog to win outright. If you win, you get rewarded with those points, and we keep up with the points throughout the year. If they cover, you get 2 points. If they don't cover, you get -2. So the standings look like this going into this week. Doug has gone down to 24.5. He's coming back to the pack. Tones is at 13.5. Bobby's at 19. Joey's 7.5. I worked my way back to 0. Oh, mercy. Trosh -6, Sean -8.
Ooh.
It has not been it's not been a banner year for us yet, but
I held on by a sliver with Kansas last week by that half a point. I barely covered. They were getting 7.5. They lost by 7.
We do still have a winning record in the locks, although last week we took it on the chin. But we do still have a winning record in the locks. I think we're 15-14 or 15-14-2. Hope to get back to our winning ways this week. Tones.
Go ahead.
Oh no, what were you gonna say real quick?
I would say Trost and Sean got to start aiming for the fences because it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, Bobby, you improved to 2-2 on the locks.
Hey, I'll take it.
Joey got his first loss. He's 3-1.
I'm the sheep in the room. Don't bring me up, please.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He was 3-1. Now he's 3-2.
I'm still waiting on the Rays to get a run.
Yeah, I know. Tones 1-3-1. I'm 4-1. Trosh 2-2-1. Sean 2-2. Bobby 3-2. There we go. Tones, what is your stupid underdog pick?
My stupid underdog pick. Let's look in the Mountain West. Actually, I'm going with UNLV getting 10 points at home against Air Force. Both of these schools are 4-2 heading into this one. UNLV is undefeated at home. They're 3-0 at home. Air Force is actually 1-2. in their conference, so they haven't been too strong there yet. They play a run gun heavy style of offense. So if UNLV gets up in this one early, like they have been on multiple opponents this year, I don't think Air Force keeps up. That's at 10:30 Eastern time on CBS Sports Network. So I'm not picking a huge one, but not picking bottom of the barrel. I'm going UNLV +10.
Okay, but you can't do that because Air Force is the favorite.
Right, I'm going with UNLV +10 as my stupid underdog.
Oh, never mind.
Sorry if I misspoke about something. That's my bad. I
think I had it scrambled in my head wrong. All right, so you're taking UNLV +10.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
No, I think that was me. I think I heard Air Force +10. Or just, anyways. What is your lock of the day?
I've been bouncing back and forth. I'm actually between two favorite teams of people on this show, so I don't want to jinx anyone the way I've been going this year with my locks at 1, 3, and 1. But give me the Colts at -2.5 against the Jaguars tomorrow. Actually, I think if Frank Reich loses this one, he's going down the Matt Rule path a little bit. The Colts have not showed up against the AFC South yet to this point this season. They've actually won a couple other games against teams like Kansas City and Denver. Both of their losses and their tie have came interdivision this year. If they want to keep pace with the Titans and battle it out with them, they need this win against Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence, the past 2 weeks, has fallen off a little bit after an extremely hot start to the season, beating the Chargers and all that good jazz. I think Colts try and find a path to victory. They're only -2.5. They only got to win by a field goal. Matt Ryan has to play cleaner football. I think he knows that. They're supposed to get Jonathan Taylor back tomorrow, so we'll see on that. If they do, that's a big boost. And Alec Pierce, their rookie wide receiver, is playing better. And they're the only defensive team in football in the past couple decades that haven't allowed a point in the fourth quarter yet this season. And we're already 5 games into the year, so their defense is playing incredible. If Frank Reich loses this one to Jacksonville, he goes 0-2 against Jacksonville. Don't let that man anywhere near the stadium that Monday. So give me the Colts, laying the 2.5. I was close to picking the Braves, but I don't want to be the reason that they're eliminated, so I'm laying off those puppies. Give me the Colts at -2.5.
I'd fire the general manager before I fired Frank Reich.
That's fair. I mean, you could go
back years. He's tried to find a quick fix with Phillip Rivers and Matt Ryan. You can't keep signing octogenarians off the street and hope that they can, well, he was good back in the 90s. Let's go ahead and sign him.
Well, and the problem with last year too. Yeah, and if you do that, you at least have to give him weapons galore, right? They refuse to sign a wide receiver, refuse to sign a tight end, so that's fine. But these older guys, they need those weapons. Look at Brady; he went to Tampa for a reason. You got the weapons.
Matt Ryan has been on the decline for 5 years. So I would put it at the feet of the general manager. And I would say, why in the hell didn't we do something in the draft and just look at Matt Ryan as a place save? But then also I gave up draft picks for him. You got some back with Wentz. Yeah, I forgot about Wentz. Sorry. I mean, it's been back to back years that he's been trying to cheat the system, and it hasn't worked.
No, and it could technically be considered 4 years, as they scrambled and traded for Jacoby Brissett the year before that when Andrew Luck went down. Not saying he's
I think that was I
agree. I'm not putting
him for that.
I know I'm not putting it in the same ballpark, but they've acquired 4 starting quarterbacks in a row in theory. So interesting maneuvers on the Colts' behalf.
The fact that this entire time, from Andrew Luck all the way to Matt Ryan, they have not tried to cultivate a quarterback in their system. Not even of note, right? They haven't spent a high draft pick on him, nothing. They think that they can cheat their way into it.
Well, they did just get they did activate Ellinger to QB2, so maybe they think that's their young pup of the future, dog. But All
right, whatever, dude. All right, brother. We will see you next week. Steven's coming in, so we'll go ahead and bring him in, and have a good day.
Yeah, go Braves today. Let's get that, another game in that series. Go Gators today. Go Troches fighting Dolphins tomorrow. Hope everyone's squads have success this evening and tomorrow evening. I'm excited to watch a great weekend in sports, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
All right, brother.
Later.
Steven, how are you today?
And I'm doing fantastic. I just got back from my daughter's soccer game, and she's out there like pancake and
Man, what the hell is going on with your look today?
Well, I put a hat on. I figured I'd give you guys some new content.
It looks like a disguise.
This is probably the first time all four of us have had hats on.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, I'm trying to change our luck. This is the World Series championship hat, so I'm hoping this is change our luck a little bit today. Braves coming up here very shortly. 2:07 first pitch. Sean, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. Good morning, guys.
Real quick, we'll get into some college football, and then we'll still got some baseball to talk about as we start heading towards that first pitch, and a lot more else here on the show. College football, I did write it down. I want to make sure we talked about it because it's being overshadowed. A, the kickoff is weird, and B, it's two unranked teams. But Miami's at Virginia Tech. They're giving up 7.5, and I know Virginia Tech's bad this year. But do you feel confident in your Hurricanes, Steven, giving up a touchdown and a hook on the road?
Oh no! If I'm betting that game, I'm going Virginia Tech all the way. Miami has historically always struggled with Virginia Tech in general, and especially in there. I just, especially with how we've looked this season, I'm not believing anything.
Oh wow, it's 8.5 now. It's jumped a point. Is Virginia Tech? I have not paid attention to it. Is Virginia Tech missing players? Is this why?
I have no idea.
Because usually when it's a full point like this, last night it was 7.5, so it has changed within less than 12 hours. Anyways, I thought you might know, but
no, nothing on the Hokies side.
It's 8 on Caesars, 8.5 on the other site that I was looking at. So technically 8 on Caesars. So I guess technically I was looking at ESPN last night. So I guess it's gone a half point. Either some news is broken or some big money's come in on the other direction. They're trying to get you to bet Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. I don't really have an opinion in this game as far as who I think is going to win. I would think Miami's the better team because Virginia Tech's been pretty bad this year. But yeah, I'm with you, man. At Virginia Tech, 8.5, 8 points, whatever you get it at, that is especially when the over-under is only 48, so they're not expecting to be a terribly high-scoring game, but yet they're going to cover by 9 points. That's cutting it close.
Yeah.
That means you're hoping, or they're projecting, what, 30 to 20-ish, give or take? That's a lot of points for Van Dyke.
So I'm seeing the total at 48, so at an 8-point spread, yeah.
Well, I tried to bring something that you'd be interested in, and you don't seem like you're interested in the Hurricanes. So let's move on. You're like, yeah, whatever, dude.
They're just so bad. It's just hard to even like.
I get it. And now we know why there's 3 people in the stands every Saturday. 2 of them have to be there. Like they're racing back and forth, holding up the damn nets behind the field goal post. When is Florida State Miami? Is that next week or is that the week after?
It's the weekend of the 5th of the 6th.
Oh, it's in November.
Yeah, it's the first week in November.
Okay, for some reason I thought we played y'all in late October again. It's really strange Florida State playing Clemson this week. They normally play at the same. I mean, it's almost like right after or during the Florida-Georgia game every damn year. It's unbelievable. Luckily,
Florida State's got a shot.
Well, luckily, if we get murdered, everyone will be so focused on all the other stuff going on TV. No one's going to know. Like 3 weeks from now, did Florida State win that Clemson game? Yeah, sure we did. Dude, you ain't got to Google everything I say. We won. Stop it. Sean. Michigan
yes, sir.
Pull it out today?
Yeah. Penn State has not had a lot of success coming into the big house under Franklin. Having said that, I don't love the 7 points. If I was going to bet that, I would actually bet Penn State to cover the 7, and here's why. Penn State's defense is legit, especially their back end. And we haven't played a whole lot of folks yet. I still haven't seen J.J. McCarthy do it for 4 quarters in a big game. I need to see it. He's been a little sketchy, especially against Indiana early when they've just basically played drop zone and forced him to take what's underneath or run with his legs. He hasn't done that. So the only thing that gives me any real, I guess, chest puffed out kind of sensation is Sean Clifford, I swear to God, has been at Penn State since the Clinton administration, and that guy sucks. And he has always sucked. I don't know how they always have these 7 and 8 year quarterbacks like Matt McGloin and Christian Hackenberg, who I swear to God Christian Hackenberg, I swear to God, was getting toweled off by Sandusky. He was there for so long. I don't know how they pull this off all the time. I don't believe in Sean Clifford at all. Dude's awful. That would be the only reason I would lay the 7 as a Michigan fan, and I'm still not going to do it. I broke McGee. Oops.
Toweled off by Sandusky. Oh man, we take a wild turn there. All right, let's move on. Let's sidestep that. I just think it's going to be a slobber knocker. I said this earlier. I'm leaning with Michigan. 7 points is a lot. It's a lot in a game. Like, I'll tell you this though, I wouldn't feel as good. You know, most of these sites that you can buy a hook, you can get 7.5. I would still have to go 8.5. I would buy that 1.5, even though you're not getting much back. Because I feel like this game could come down to less than 10 points, but I could also see a scenario where you buy the hook feeling good about it and they lose 28-20. You're like, son of a, you know. I think Michigan wins. I think it's a low scoring game, and because it's a low scoring game, I take Penn State in the points. That's basically two really good teams, by the way. And either team that loses today, they're not eliminated just as long as you don't get blown out, right?
Yep. Yeah, if you don't get blown out, Penn State still plays Ohio State in Happy Valley. Michigan still plays Ohio State in Columbus, and if that's our only loss, it's kind of like the whole Alabama-Georgia thing in the SEC. It's just like if you've got one loss and it's two, one of the other 3, call them, because nobody from the West matters. It's basically the top 3 in the East. You're probably still in line to maybe get a look from the committee at the end of the day.
All right, well, we'll move on from that. The big game today, 3:30 Eastern, CBS, Tennessee, Bama. Bobby and I both believe that Tennessee's going to cover the spread. In fact, I took them for the stupid underdog and my lock. I really put the kiss of death on the Vols today. But I just feel like, I get it. Bryce Young looks like he's going to play, but how much has he practiced this week? And he's good. Don't get me wrong. He's good, but we're not talking about the second coming of Peyton Manning here, right? He's a good college quarterback, but so is Hooker.
Yeah.
And I just think it's going to be up and down, and it could come down to who has the ball last. And giving up, the last time I saw it was 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
Get the stream back out here. Is it still 9?
Yep.
So that's a lot of damn points to give up on the road. I don't care if you are Alabama. I paid out last week because I took Texas A&M in the points. I think Alabama gets so much money put on them, and for good reason. They've played incredible for the last decade, right? But there comes a point where it's like, when is it too many points? And I feel like 9's a lot. Now, once again, if I was betting this straight up with a 9, I might try to buy the hook, the 1.5, make it feel better. But this is what I did crazy, Sean. You'll like this because we'll get to your no way parlay here in a minute. You're going to love this one. What's the plus on this? Does it tell me? Yeah, it does. Where is it at? I put a few bones last night on a money line of, here it is. What is this payout? Plus, well, it doesn't show it to me straight up. But anyways, Florida State on the money line and Tennessee on the money line. It was somewhere in the plus 800 to 900 range. If they just, the two of them just have to win. So you put like $20 down and you can win like 175, 200, somewhere in that neighborhood. I thought it would tell me, but it just shows me what at the time, the money lines were plus 170 Florida State and plus 260 Tennessee. So Tennessee might actually might even be higher at this point. They're still plus 255. If you did it right now, 255, and FSU, they kick off. They're 160, and you take. If you do that. Sorry, I was building something else. I have to delete that out real quick.
I've got it up on my book right now. $100 would win you $893.
Yeah, plus 823 is what the payout is. Crazier things have happened. You're taking two home teams against their rivals. And I think the bigger stretch is Florida State beating Clemson. I think Tennessee's got a much better chance of beating Alabama. Just because of what I saw in the second half of that Florida State game last week.
Yep.
So, I don't know. It's one of the shocks. If you put, and the good thing is one game kicks off at 3:30, the other one at 7:30. So one game should be over before the other one. If you win the first half, you can cash out, or you can just bet against yourself.
Mm-hmm. I should never be surprised when they do it. The only time I bet against Alabama this year was I bet Arkansas to cover, and they were looking great for about 46 minutes. Unfortunately, college football games are 60 minutes, and that last 14 really put it in my ribs. So I'm taking the Tennessee +9. I don't think I'm putting anything on this today just because I want to watch it as a fan. But I can't see laying 9 in Neyland. And man, the Neyland fans have been, it's back to the Fulmer days. It's back to the Peyton Manning days. At least it has been this season. They're going to be so loud. It's going to be wild.
Mm-hmm. It's going to make that Philadelphia Phillies crowd look like a church.
and that crowd was, man, that was existential. That was existential release that you don't see that often in the playoffs. And it'll be above that, no doubt.
Yeah, we might be talking about Knoxville 3:30. Everyone probably showed up there Wednesday or Thursday evening, and they probably haven't been to bed.
No.
And the boos are flowing. I can see in the background behind what's old freaking. I call him Bozo because I can never remember his name because he looks like Bozo the Clown. Feinbaum.
No.
Right over his shoulder is the Volunteer Navy, and it is rocking.
Yep. Man, I know you mentioned it last week, but good gravy, what a slate today. Good grief.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, TCU, that is not a small game. That is a huge game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Who do you like in that game? Because that's the thing. We wish we had enough time to get into these damn games.
I mean, I've been a big fan of Sonny Dykes for a while. I like Max Duggan. Oklahoma State is always just one of these trick or treat teams, man. Gundy they're always competitive. I mean, they've got the stadium, they've got the boosters, T-Boone Pickens, all that stuff. He just always seems to come up one win short. And not to go back to my Hackenberg reference, but how long has Spencer Sanders been at Oklahoma State? I swear he took over for Brandon Whedon. I mean, I just don't believe in Oklahoma State winning big games because they always come up short. So I'm taking TCU. Plus they're in Fort Worth. They're at home. I mean,
-4.5.
Yeah, I'd take a -4.5.
I'll tell you what, TCU's always well coached. I know that one. I haven't watched a whole lot because Big 12 football, get the hell out of here. But I mean, I'm honest, Angel, man. If it's west of the Mississippi, I don't watch a whole lot of it. I watch SEC, ACC, and Big Ten, and pretty much in that order. If we're not talking about my favorite teams, you know, don't get me wrong, I'll watch a Michigan game before I'll watch like the Mississippi State Kentucky game tonight, right?
Yeah.
Just watch. Oh, it's SEC, got to lock in. But if it's a big SEC game, you know, when it comes to the Big 12, it's got to be an absolute huge game, and they got to put it at the right time. And 3:30 is not the time to put it if you're going to get me to watch it. Put aside the fact that I'm doing the Braves game today, right? Let's say they're going head to head and Braves aren't playing. I'm locked into damn Tennessee, Alabama at 3:30, man. And I think that they missed an opportunity to make that an early kickoff. I think the Big Ten missed an opportunity to make Michigan, Penn State the night game in Ann Arbor and do whatever the hell you want to with USC, Utah, because no one over in this neck of the woods is going to watch that anyway. So you can put it on wherever the hell you want to.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong, that might be a great game, but you can only watch so many games. And now let me ask you this. All these college football games on today, right? 100 of them, right? And yet they all squeeze them in somehow. But Major League Baseball has to have 1 p.m. start times on a Tuesday for the playoffs.
I was wondering when you'd get to this.
God, dog, and I'm tired of Manfred and his boobs just screwing everything up left and right. Just because they've always done it that way doesn't mean that's how you do it. You could have done 2 doubleheaders Tuesday night. Even if you got to stagger them, start them at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening and then stagger them through, right? But 1 p.m., I'm not as upset about it today because it's a Saturday, right?
Yep.
I get it. I still think you're screwing the pooch. You should have had the first game today at 3 o'clock with Mariners, Astros. You should have put Braves and Phillies on around 4:30, 5 o'clock, then stagger the Yankees in a couple of hours later, and then stagger the Dodgers in a couple hours later.
Yep.
That's a full day, because there are baseball fans out there that don't give a damn about college football.
There are. They're real.
You're asking someone to watch 2 p.m. Eastern to about 1 a.m. Eastern. That's when the last game will end tonight.
Ooh.
That's, man, come on. Get your head out of your ass. Anyone who is not named Steven Troche has at least 2 devices on, right? We love you, Steven. I'm just messing with me. But seriously, I bet you even Steven has a phone and a shuffle on.
I got a TV, just not a TV service.
Right. But if you decide that you want to watch 2 games,
oh yeah, of course. I do that all the time.
Yeah. So that's my point. Everyone's got them. Everyone mass streams. Nobody, no sports fans now. I know I was the weird one back in the day, Sean, when we had the old house and the old cable. We'd have like 19 TVs going through the house, and I had all these splitters going. But everyone nowadays has at least 2 devices that they're watching games on. Because our attention span is gone. We don't watch commercials, right? We're like, whatever, dude, gotta go. That's why we try to keep our commercials to a minimum on this show, and the ones that come on, they're usually 2 minutes or less. Is usually what I try to keep it at. The intro is a little different because we're just warming up. But anyways, Kansas, Oklahoma. Kansas is going to pull the upset today?
I don't know if they pull the upset, but I took the points.
Yeah, I'm not
What's
quite
the
sure why they're 10-point dogs.
So I have a suspicion. I know why, because I was looking at that line earlier. Is there an update on Daniels? Because the last I heard, he was out, and that's probably where the 10's coming from. If Daniels is out and they've got the backup in, because that backup couldn't. When he came in last week, they couldn't move the ball at all on TCU.
Yeah, I haven't got an update. Looking at it right now, But anyways, moving on from that. Cardinal rule, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to.
That's on me.
I think they started that game a little early. I think I would have put that a little later on in the day. Right? Kansas, Oklahoma, decent ball game. Why couldn't that be it's on ESPN2. Why couldn't ESPN2 rock that tonight? Or at least late afternoon. This obsession with starting games off at noon and thinking, oh, well, I'm going to get them locked in for. No. Very few people watch 14 hours of college football consecutively on a Saturday without stopping, right? Not going and doing something. I can't even do it with the NFL. The late games, unless it's a team I'm really heavily invested in, I usually take the first half off. I'll go do something. I might just go lay down, take an old fashioned, combat nap, but I can't just sit there and watch.
Lance Leipold in his presser yesterday said Daniels is doubtful. He has a grade 3 shoulder separation, but not done for the year. Jason Bean most likely to play for Kansas. That's where the 10's coming from, because they were anemic offensively once Bean came in, because he can't run at all.
Right. Still, I don't think Oklahoma is very good, and I would be very hesitant of taking the Sooners.
I'd be hesitant on taking the spread at all. I'd probably take the under just because I think Oklahoma stinks. But that's me.
And then here's the thing. Kansas has shocked Oklahoma in the past. This has been going back several years, so it hasn't been the same quarterback every damn time, unless they're doing some, 1984 SMU stuff around there. But yeah, that's other games on the docket real quick as we wind down. Of course, Braves start at 2:07, so we're looking forward to that. Real quick today, you know what? We'll do that at the very bottom of the hour. Braves predictions and baseball predictions today. Let's go ahead and get everyone's stupid underdog picks. Let's go ahead and get those in. So real quick to recap, I took the Vols, Joey took Nebraska, Tones took UNLV, and Doug went with James Madison. So we will go with, who's the low man? We'll go with Sean.
James Madison was one I looked at. Aren't they favored? Am I crazy?
No, they're underdogs to Georgia Southern, right?
No, they are 12.5-point favorites.
Yeah,
Okay,
they're 12.5 point
then
favorites.
get it the other way around, because I couldn't pull it up when Doug was mentioning it, because I had other things going on. And I was going off of what I thought he said. So he's got Georgia Southern then.
Okay.
So he was going against Georgia Southern, or against James Madison. I just wrote it down wrong. All right.
I'm down by 1 million, so I'm going to start taking Hail Marys. And here's Hail Mary season. I'm going to take the Fighting Matt Campbells of Iowa State to go into Austin and upset the Longhorns. I know how great Quinn Ewers looked last week. Campbell is good for one of these every year, where he beats somebody he has no business beating. Usually they're in Ames, not on the road, but I'm not as big a believer in Sark as some people are. And that's 15.5. And I'm probably 70 points behind. So, why not? Iowa State plus 15.5. Let's go.
Iowa State plus 15.5. All right. Who is Iowa State playing? Texas?
At Texas in Austin.
All right. So I'll go ahead and get that jotted down. Sean, Iowa State plus 15.5. Trosh, where are you going?
So, are we allowed to do double up on picks?
I did.
All right,
you mean if someone else picked it?
Yeah,
you can. This is such a big cluster of guys that come in in staggered times. I'm not going to take it away from you.
All right. I mean, I'm going the Hail Mary route just like Sean is. I had this game locked in the minute I saw it. Nebraska going into Purdue. Purdue hasn't beaten anybody they've only beaten one team by more than 10 points. And it was, I think, like Jacksonville State or something like that. I mean, they just have not looked like a super good team this year. Nebraska has quietly looked better since Scott Frost has been gone. I think they go in, cover the spread, and I think they have a good potential to pull the upset.
Bobby, where are you going?
I hate to double up on picks as well, but as soon as I saw this, I had to pick that as my stupid underdog. I got Tennessee +9. I think at worst, I think I get the 2 points for them covering the spread, but I think they have a very good shot of winning this game at home.
Okay, Volunteers +9. All right. And let's go ahead and get those locks of the day. Start off with who's low man over here. Well, I guess it's a tie, so it doesn't realistically matter. Trosh, what's your lock of the day?
I usually don't stick with college, but I'm just still floored at that line. I'm going to have to stick with Nebraska +14.
Man, we are really putting the kiss of death on these teams today because I doubled that. You're doubling that. If you're out
right,
there betting,
I'll take that back then, just so we're not kiss of death in teams. I'm going to go Seahawks +2. I mean, like Gino.
I already wrote down the Nebraska. It's too late. I'm not changing it. All right, Sean, what you got?
So my lock, I am going to go to the NFL, and this will come up again in the no way parlay. The Giants are getting 5.5 points at home against Baltimore. I love the New York Giants in this spot. I think the way they line up against the Ravens is exactly the kind of team that gives the Ravens trouble. They're going to run the ball very well against a really bad Ravens defense and keep Lamar off the field. And I keep shaking my head at that number. I mean, I guess I get it on some level, but I think the Giants are equal to or better than the Ravens.
Okay.
That's
yeah, I took that. I didn't take it on our show, but I did take that spread. I just think it's going to be a slobber knocker. And the Ravens, their defense has been suspect, and to win a game on the road, the only thing that concerns me is that the Giants are coming from London, and I think that's why that spread's as high as it is.
Makes sense.
You know, they didn't get the damn week off. I'm really surprised that they didn't do that this year. You used to, every time you went to London, you got a bye week. And I don't know if they left it up to the teams, say, hey, you would have a bye week at 12, or you can have it right after London. And maybe the teams are like, no, dude, I don't want one at 12 to hell. I mean, at, week 6, come on.
Yep.
Because Titans and Raiders both are off this week. And I'm like, dude, so that just means you have to go 9 months now without a bye. Like, what are we doing here? Bobby, what is your lock?
Well, I was looking at the Giants +5.5, but I'm not doubling down twice. So I'm going to go with the Vikings -3. I believe Skylar Thompson is playing for the Dolphins, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think the Vikings have a realistic shot of losing to him. I think Jefferson and Kirk Cousins are going to have a nice game. I think they'll get the job done and win by more than 3.
Trish, you said you were changing it to what? Seattle -2? Is that what you said?
Seattle +2.
+2. Okay.
I like that.
I'm streaming some damn Geno.
Actually, Seattle's 2.5
against
point
my team, Bobby. I'll pick against yours.
Fair. Seattle, they're +2.5 point underdog. So get an extra half point.
Okay.
Wide open offense. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick 60-second break. We will be right back.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, football fans, the Armchair Quarterback Show is back Saturday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. A 3-hour wake-up show that'll cover it all. College football, the NFL, fantasy football, and Major League Baseball. It's the Armchair Quarterback Show, 9 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern, Saturday morning, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks 1 YouTube channel.
there's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Braves. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
you're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Yeah, howdy, hi. And how the hell are you? Good afternoon, Braves country. Pull up an armchair, boys and girls. It's time for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, Citizens Bank Ballpark, 2:07 first pitch. We're just moments away, and your Atlanta Braves facing elimination need to win today, force a game 5, a deciding game 5 tomorrow in Atlanta, and I think they can do it. On the mound today is Charlie Morton. Charlie Morton. Skip past all the other numbers. He's 7-4 with a 3.35 ERA in the postseason. And that's solid. But what's even more amazing is that his lifetime ERA when pitching and facing elimination is 0.73, the absolute best in recent history. So the Philly faithful, you know, they're going to be jumping up and down. You know, they're going to be celebrating. They're going to be trying to root their team on. I feel like the Braves just got off to a bad start yesterday and unraveled quickly in that 6th inning, giving up 6 runs, in the 3rd inning, giving up 6 runs. But when it's all said and done, the Atlanta Braves still have to be beaten. And I think we'll find a way to get the W today. Starting for your Atlanta Braves, leading off will be Ronald Acuna Jr. and playing right field in the dark blue uniforms, tops, gray pants, and the first pitch is on the way, and it is a fastball inside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna facing Noah Syndergaard. Syndergaard has not pitched in the playoffs since 2016 as a starter. He pitched 1 inning the other night, the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Little low, but they called it a strike. It's 1-1. Stu Sherwater, who's he's fairly inconsistent, but usually gives the nod to north and south, not east and west. So you got to look at that if you're Acuna. The 1-1 pitch on the way from Syndergaard is swung on and popped up. It'll bend out of play, and it's 1-2. Noah Syndergaard, last time he started in a postseason game was for the New York Mets back in 2016. Of course, injuries and playing for the Mets for the last several years, he has not been in the postseason. Went out to the Angels at the beginning of the year, and they traded him over to Philadelphia at the deadline. So a 1-2 count from Syndergaard. Pitch on the way, curveball swung on and missed, and there's one away. The Atlanta Braves will look like this today with the gray pants and blue tops in the red numerals and red lettering, Atlanta across the chest and tomahawk underneath. It'll be Ronald Acuna Jr., Dansby Swanson, Matt Olson batting third and playing first, Travis d'Arnaud, the catcher, and batting fourth. Austin Riley batting fifth. It's the first pitch on the way to Swanson is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Riley dropped into the fifth spot. We'll get more into that in a second. Michael Harris, the second, will be playing center field and batting sixth. Contreras, the designated hitter today, not Ozuna. The 1-0 pitch to Dansby swung on and popped up. It's an easy can of corn. High sun here in Philadelphia. Some folks might have some issues getting the high fly balls. In fact, Segura makes the catch, but he's looking back up at the sun. What that also tells you is towards the end of the games, you're going to be fighting the shadows. And I'm not even going to go on a long diatribe, but it's ridiculous that the World Series champs have played every single game, scheduled every single game here in the first round in the daytime, while playing Philadelphia, who is also a big market. It really is absurd. And they're the first game for today. Matt Olson comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch wide outside for a ball. It's 1-0. After Contreras at number 7, Arcia is the second baseman batting eighth. Rosario, your left fielder, and batting ninth. Phillies defense will fan out like this in left field to right field. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees. Curveball taken. Outer edge. It's 1-1. Kyle Schwarber, Brandon Marsh, and Castellanos in the outfield. Around the horn, third to first, it's Bohm, Stott, Segura, and Hoskins. JT Realmuto is behind the plate, and Syndergaard is throwing the pitches. The 1-1 pitch. Outside wide. It's 2-1. You'd like to see the Braves get out to an early lead. Bats have been quiet and slow to start every one of these games. The 2-1 to Olson. Curveball down below the knees, taken all the way. It's 3-1. Standing on deck is Travis d'Arnaud. Braves, of course, facing elimination. But if they can win today, it would flip back over to Atlanta as the 3-1 pitch swung on and popped up, but it's out of play, foul. We'll do it again at a full count to Matt Olson. Standing crowd waving their red towels here in Philadelphia, rooting on Syndergaard as the full count is on the way. Here's the pitch. swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 3-2. All throughout the afternoon, we'll keep you abreast of all the scores going on. Not just Major League Baseball, but there's also a full slate of college football today. Not only did they put the Braves on at 2 p.m., they put it at a really awkward time. I mean, it's just Major League Baseball's done a terrible job with these times for all the teams realistically, but just an absolute terrible job. You had a full count. We'll do it again. The 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves go quietly here in the first inning, 3 up, 3 down. The Phillies are coming to bat. We'll be back in a flash.
You couldn't figure out the world's theory for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you got to keep your worlds apart. George is getting upset.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy a store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
So we sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, game 2. Didn't know what kind of viewership we were going to get today. It doesn't look like it's too good. I kind of figured Saturday afternoon in the fall, kind of a terrible time for these games, but I'm going to do it anyways. Charlie Morton, 4-0 in 4 starts with a .44 ERA in elimination games. Now, he did lay an egg last year in his first start against Milwaukee. It was the one game that we lost. After that, he settled in, pitched pretty well before the injury. None of those were elimination games. He'll face Kyle Schwarber, and the first pitch to Schwarber is a fastball swung on and missed, top of the zone. Might have fished a little bit for it, and it's 0-1. Kyle Schwarber, lifetime against Charlie, is 4 for 15 with 2 home runs. The 0-1 pitch, fastball on the outer edge, misses. It's 1-1. Stu Surewater behind the home plate. Chad Fairchild is your first base umpire. Ryan Blackney, second base. David Rackley, third base. Nick Lentz, left field. And last night's home plate umpire, Bill Miller's down the right field line. The 1-1 pitch right there at the knees, called low for a ball. It's 2-1. Same pitch that Syndergaard got the benefit of the doubt in the first inning against Acuna. No such luck for Charlie. The 2-1 pitch. Outer edge called for a ball. It's 3-1. So not the way Charlie Morton wants to start this game off, falling behind the National League home run hitter already. So Schwarber batting .267 with 2 home runs, 4 for 15 lifetime. The 3-1 way outside wide, ball 4, and Charlie Morton is starting off wild. Braves nothing, Philadelphia nothing, bottom of the first inning. Atlanta. They want to make sure that they shut down this Philly offense here in the first. You don't want to play from behind when you're on elimination. The other question is, how long are they expecting Syndergaard to go? Could be more of a bullpen game if they get to Syndergaard quickly, but if you let him cruise, he'll only get stronger. The first pitch on the way to Rhys Hoskins misses outside, just outside, and he's calling a very tight zone today for Morton, and it's 1-0. He was a little more liberal with Syndergaard. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Hoskins, 1 on, 1 out. Standing on deck is JT Realmuto, and the curveball misses. It's 2-0. Charlie trying to get Hoskins to chase. Hoskins, no such. Hoskins 5 for 22 lifetime against Charlie Morton with a .227 batting average. No home runs. Standing on deck, JT Realmuto is 10 for 31 with .323. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. Sinker right there on the inner part of the knee, and it's 2-1. On deck, JT Realmuto in the hole. Bryce Harper, he is 10 for 24 with the home run against Morton. The 2-1 delivery on the way. Fastball swung on and hit high and trying to drop down into center field. Schwarber's going first to third, and it was a bloop base hit that dove quickly, and the Philadelphia stadium is rocking. Runners on the corners. Didn't get a whole lot of the ball, got underneath it, but there was a lot of backspin, and the Braves are playing very deep in the outfield. No chance for either Rosario or Michael Harris, the second, to make the play. The outfield looks like this: Rosario, Harris, and Acuna going left to right. The infield is the same. One change: Riley, Swanson, Arcia at second, not Grissom, and Matt Olson. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate once again. Contreras is the designated hitter. Realmuto comes to the plate, and the first pitch is a good curveball taken for a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Charlie's going to get out of this mess. He's going to have that curveball working. Could use a strikeout here, but a double play I think the Braves would live with. Stay out of the big inning. The 0-1. On the way, ball in the dirt, another curveball. This one misses well wide into the left-hander batter's box, and it's evens up the count at 1-1. Just getting going here, scoreless here in the bottom of the first inning. Braves and Phillies, game 4 of a 5-game series. The 1-1 delivery from Morton swung on and banged off the plate foul. It's 1-2. So Morton ahead in the count now, can try to either get him to fish for a curveball, which is probably his go-to, or maybe sneak in a high heater to try to get him to pop it up. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing, but Philadelphia is yet to record an out. And runners on the corners here in the bottom of the first. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Charlie looks in, kicks and deals. Fastball right there on the outer edge and froze him. JT Realmuto caught watching the paint dry, and there's one away. Big out number 1 for Charlie Morton. Still not necessarily where you'd like it right now, with Bryce Harper coming up in runners on the corners with just one away. You could pitch around Harper if you wanted to, but the Castellanos looms on deck. Bryce Harper, like I said, 10 for 24 lifetime against Charlie with a home run. Castellanos is 1 for 12 for an 083 clip. So keep that in mind. First pitch on the way to Harper is a fastball swung on and missed right down Main Street. It's 0-1. Harper, I'm noticing, is standing a little further back than normal in the batter's box, so he might be trying to cheat for an inside pitch and yank it. See if they try to work the outer edge. Darno does set up outside. Fastball swung on and missed. Fastball on the outer edge. Whiffed it right by him, and it's 0-2. Braves would love to get out of this unscathed, but even minimal damage, I think they would take it. You knew the Philly faithful were going to be raucous here to start the game off. You just hope to ride the wave. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball outside, and it's 1-2. A lot of big college football on the docket today. We'll keep you abreast of all the action. Michigan does lead Penn State 24-17 in the third quarter. Runners on the corners, one away. Braves infield is about halfway in. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the right field line. Just past the first base dugout. It's 1-2. If you're curious about the line today, the Braves were a slight betting favorite in Las Vegas. Came in at a -120, -130, depending on the book. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three, and back-to-back strikeouts have Charlie Morton 1 out away from getting out of this mess, but Nick Castellanos comes to the plate. Castellanos, very good right-handed hitter. He's not had a lot of success with Charlie Morton, but that normally just means that a guy is due, so you don't want to just lay one in there. Castellanos 1 for 12 lifetime against Morton. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is a check swing foul, dribble down the third base line. Well foul. The bag didn't even make it to third base, and it's 0-1. If you're just joining us, Braves went 3 up, 3 down. The Phillies, Schwarber got on with 5 pitches, 5-pitch walk, and then a single by Hoskins. The 1-0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Curveball almost in the Phillies dugout, and it's 0-2. So with runners on the corners and nobody out, that was followed up by a strikeout by JT Real Muto, and then a strikeout by Harper just moments ago. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Curveball dives out of the zone. This time Castellanos lays off it, and it's 1-2. In the Atlanta second inning, they'll have due up Travis d'Arnaud, Riley, and Harris. Riley dropped down to the 5th position. He's been struggling. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and popped up. It's going to be playable. Acuna's underneath it, fighting the sun. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. Not an easy effort out there in the field fighting the sun today. It'll be an issue. We'll be back in a flash. Braves baseball. We're tied at 0.
You must have someone in your family that's a lawyer.
Why? Because I'm Jewish? It's like me saying, hey, you're Indian. Doesn't your cousin work in a call center?
My cousin does work in a call center.
And my cousin's a lawyer.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down. I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle trunk pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere. Lager brings out the patriot in you.
Hey, where do you think you're going? Hey, man, Mike's studying. I don't want to bother him.
Yeah, well, you get back in there and finish, man. Because see, in this house, people study when they're supposed to.
Good thing I'm not a member of this house.
Well, you heard of the extended family? Well, this weekend you party one, which gives me the right to extend this belt to your behind if I feel like.
At Shell, we know from the time you get up to the time you wrap up,
Good night.
there's a lot of meetups, eat-ups, and hurry-ups. So come to Shell and get 3 things done at once. Fill up with Shell V Power Nitro Plus, save up with the Fuel Rewards program, and snack up to save even more at the pump. Make the most of the stop you need to make with Shell.
Every little town out there on the prairie had its own ball team and ball grounds, and we challenged them all. It wasn't easy to win those games. Each of those towns had its own umpire, so you really had to go some to win. We were gone 3 or 4 weeks. We'd take up a collection at the games, pass the hat, and that paid our expenses, or some of them anyway. One of the boys was the cook, but all he could cook was round steak. We'd drive along the country roads, and if we came to a stream, we'd go swimming. Came to an apple orchard, we'd fill up on apples. If we were near some fairgrounds, we'd slip in there. If we were near a barn, well, Sam Crawford, Wahoo, Nebraska.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We are tied up here, heading to the top of the second inning. Now, very similar to yesterday, Philadelphia threatened and could not cash in against Morton here in the first inning. Braves did the same thing with Nola, that had a hard time getting to him later on. So hopefully history will repeat itself here, as Charlie Morton did a masterful job getting out of that mess, putting runners on first and runners on the corners with nobody out if you're just joining us, and then striking out Real Muto and Harper back to back, and then a fly out to end the inning. A little chilly in Philadelphia. High supposed to be in the low 50s. So not only are most of them wearing undershirts, but you'll see the pitchers put jackets on in between innings. First pitch on the way to Darnode is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Travis Darnode has never faced Syndergaard. Very few of the Braves faced Syndergaard. Dansby Swanson's 8 for 19 and Acuna's 4 for 11. That's it. The 1-0 pitch misses high. It's 2-0. I beg your pardon. Arcia and Rosario at the bottom of the order. They're a combined 1 for 8. But Contreras, Harris, Darnode, Olson, none of them have ever faced him. Riley has 1 for 6. The 2-0 pitch swung on, popped up. Darnode is hustling towards first. Coming in to make the play is Schwarber. He'll make the grab in. That's 1 away. Jammed him in on the inside. Number 3 seed Mets are gone. The Dodgers, if you missed that last night, they lost to the Padres, so they're a game away from elimination as well and on the road tonight. They're in the same situation Atlanta is in. I can't tell you how excited the brass would be about a San Diego, Philadelphia, and LCS. The first pitch on the way to Riley misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. And if Cleveland were to knock off the Yankees, these would be some really rough ratings all around baseball. The 1-0 pitch from to Riley is swung on and hit high, but not deep enough. Goes way back into center field, but in the deepest part of the park, he'll fly out, and there's 2 away. Braves not making Syndergaard work much either. He's only at 18 pitches. Noah Syndergaard probably going to be asked to go once or twice through the lineup, and then they're just going to play it by ear. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is a fastball on the outer edge, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Michael Harris has had a rough first postseason, 1 for 11. Syndergaard looks in, the 0-1, swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Syndergaard, of course, at one point was one of the better right-handers in baseball, so he can still bring it, but his velocity has gone down over the years. Still has, and really has developed a nasty curveball. The 0-2 pitch misses outside. It's 1-2. He still brings it into the low to mid 90s. He used to be upper 90s way back when. The 1-2 swung on and hit hard on the ground, but right at Segura. Segura scoops it up, flips it to first, and it's another 1-2-3 inning. We'll head to the bottom of the second. It's scoreless in Philadelphia.
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Bro, I'm risking my life. It's not worth it. It's not.
You are so going to end up in porno.
Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that?
99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
In 1878, more than 8 million bats were sold in the United States, and players often rode to the ball field in painted carriages, singing team songs. Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Lean. Whalers, frozen in at Herschel Island above the Arctic Circle, played too, naming their teams the Hoodlums, Walruses, and Blubbers.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies, Game 4 of a best-of-5 series. If the game is tomorrow, if there is a game tomorrow, I guess that's how I should word that. It's being projected now as most likely a 4:30 first pitch. We will have the call. A lot of it would have to do with who gets eliminated tonight and who does not get eliminated tonight. We got to get there first, and then we'll worry about first pitch. I don't think they would make it an early start regardless, because they are having to travel. And they don't want to compete against the early slate in the NFL. The first pitch on the way is called for a strike. Curveball. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and grounded over to first, and a bad throw by Riley beats the runner beats it out, and it's an infield single, and Morton, see what's going on here. The national feed is replaying. Oh, the ball came off of him. Apologize. I thought it hit the side of his glove, but it actually hit him in the pitching arm. Wouldn't that be something? 2 years in a row, if Charlie Morton can't go, gets hurt in the playoffs again. He's talking to the trainer. You know, Charlie's going to try to tough it out, but that ball was a hot shot, and the angle that I had was kind of misleading. When Riley had to go in to charge it, I thought he had gotten his glove up in time, but he just missed getting his glove up in time. So Snicker and the boys are out there having him throw off the mound to see if he's okay. Colin McHugh is already warming up, so we'll see what's going on here. And I'm sure they're going to tell him, look, we don't have, if you don't think you can go, come out of the game, because the last thing we can do is have you gut it out and then give up 3 or 4 runs. Looks like he's saying he's okay. But if you remember last year, he came out of the game, and then about an inning and a half later, realized he had fractured his leg. So he is a tough son of a gun. For his sake, you hope he's okay, because I'm sure that was a long off season. But the other aspect of it is, if you're a Braves fan, you hope he's effective. Hit him right next to, but not on the elbow, on the right arm, right where your arm would bend. Charlie flips it over to first to keep Bohm close by. Bohm leading off of first. Bryson Stott is now at the plate. He's 1 for 11 in the series. Charlie looks in, and the first pitch is on the way, and it's a fastball top of the zone called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Phillies getting the leadoff runner on 2 innings in a row. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up, but it'll bend out of play. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. As much as we might be sitting here as Braves fans worried about falling behind, you got to figure there's a lot of pressure on Philadelphia too. They don't want to go back to Atlanta. They know what's waiting for them. The 0-2 pitch misses outside. It's 1-2. As it stands right now, all likelihood it will be Max Fried on the hill versus Ranger Suarez. Now, obviously, an elimination game, all bets are off. Everyone's available. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. That curveball had some Bugs Bunny action on it, dove right down near his ankles, and there's 1 away. That's probably the best curveball he's thrown all game. Nasty sinker. You can't even blame Stott on striking out on that one. When he can place that ball there, he's very, very difficult to hit. Problem is sometimes he loses control of it and it hits the left-handed batter or gets away. But when it's on, it's devastating. The first pitch on the way to Jean Segura, taken for a strike, and it's 0-1. Dropped that curveball in there once again. Bohm, by the way, didn't get a chance to get to it. He's 9 for 22 lifetime against Morton, so he's batting .409. Stott's 2 for 11, but Segura has seen him the most, 17 for 62. 2 home runs and a .274 clip. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and rifled up the middle. Diving was Dansby Swanson. He could not make the play, and he slowed the ball down enough to keep it from going extra bases. But once again, Bohm goes first to third, and there's runners on the corners with one away. Can't keep playing with fire. You let a good hitting team like Philadelphia have these base runners that are eventually going to come through. So Segura will raise his batting average now against Charlie Morton. He's now 18 for 63. That'll bring Brandon Marsh to the plate. Marsh is 1 for 4 lifetime. That's the biggest difference, is the Philadelphia lineup has seen Charlie Morton quite a bit this year. The Braves, conversely, very few have seen Syndergaard, and that probably what led to him starting over Kyle Gibson. First pitch on the way to Marsh is a curveball on the outer edge, called for a strike. He doesn't like it. It's 0-1. Marsh is 0 for 4 in the series. Got the start yesterday. Did not in game one, in game 1 and 2, it was Vierling. The 0-1 on the way. Fastball misses outside. It's 1-1. Michigan has now taken a commanding 31-17 lead against Penn State. That game's heading towards the fourth quarter. We'll hit the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update here in a minute. Do it a little more often today with all the games going on. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball, top of the zone, and it's 1-2. Good country hard ball, right top of the zone, and Morton just let it fly. You see Morton wincing as he comes back off the every time, but you never know with Morton if that's pain or if that's just his game face, because you can never read Charlie Morton. He must be a hell of a poker player. The 1-2 pitch from Morton, swung on and rifled down the right field line, but plenty foul towards the dugout. Braves nothing, Phillies nothing. Runners on the corners, 2 away. Charlie Morton turns and fires, tries to pick off the runner at first. Segura's back under the tag, and we'll do it again. Runners on the corners, a 1-2 count, 1 on. Here's the pitch, fastball outside wide. It's 2-2. Later on today, 4:07 start time. McCullers and Kirby square off as the Astros and Mariners. Houston tries to end that series. Game 3 in Seattle. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into right field, and that ball is gone. A 3-run home run, and the Phillies have jumped out to an early lead. Get the stats on here in a second. 398 feet, and that ball was absolutely scorched. A line drive. Marsh, not much of a home run hitter, but he got to put good swing on that. The Braves have an early deficit once again. When it's all said and done, this Atlanta Braves offense has got to start responding. They cannot expect the Braves pitching staff to just shut everybody down. Charlie Morton will go back to work, and he'll face the top of the order. We're always going to wonder if there was something wrong with Charlie on that pitch, but I'm sure he's just going to tell you he made a bad pitch. Kyle Schwarber comes to the plate as Marsh takes his curtain call, and the first pitch is a curveball called outside for a strike, and it's 0-1. The biggest key here would be to don't let this unravel. Remember, yesterday, the Braves fell down, and then Spencer Strider just the moment was too big for him. The Braves can claw back into this game. 3-0 is not insurmountable, especially when you still have 7 more frames. The 0-1 pitch swung on and hit high, but not very deep into left field in the shadows. Rosario makes the catch, and there's the second out of the inning. They say 398 feet, but I'll tell you what, if that was 398, that porch must be about 250 in right field, because that ball just disappeared. Still a long way to go, and the more they see Syndergaard, I think they'll get to him. First pitch on the way, curveball taken at the knees, and it's 0-1. But once again, you don't want to wait to start getting your offense going. So hopefully next inning, bottom of the order, we do have Contreras and RC, who've actually swung the bat fairly well for the Braves. Fastball on the outside, call for a strike, and it's 0-2. And Rosario, man, does that guy need to live up to his contract? It's time. 3-year, $27 million deal that he signed in the offseason. He has given the Braves very little to cheer for. The 0-2 pitch, curveball misses outside, and it's 1-2. You got a 1-2 count from Morton. On the way, curveball misses in the dirt. It's 2-2. I'd say if you're Bobby, I almost said Bobby Cox, if you're Brian Snicker, if you can get through this inning, you're going to have the bullpen ready, warm, ready to go. You got to treat this like a game 7 of the World Series. The 2-2 pitch from Morton, swing and grounded over towards the shortstop area. RC has got it because he's in the shift, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. So that'll end the inning, but up before Philadelphia grabs the early lead. We'll head to the top of the 3rd inning, the Braves heading to the plate.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Averaging just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back up. Oh my goodness. One man. Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow and Dorsey under pressure. Throws in. Anytime play. They went to Hickman. And Penn State, well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. The report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's 3-0 here, heading to the top of the third inning, and Atlanta will have the bottom of the order coming to the plate. William Contreras, Orlando Arcia, and Eddie Rosario. First pitch on the way is called for a strike to Contreras, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Syndergaard, swung on and dribbled up the middle, backhanded to Segura. Contreras is busting it down the line, but he'll be out by about a step, and there's one away. Segura had to backhand and go against his body. And as he did, Contreras was trying to break it down the line, but just did not have enough speed. The first pitch on the way to Arcia is called high for a ball, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, high, ball 2-0. Orlando Arcia. Whoa, wait a minute. He called that a strike. Wow. I remember Sherwar being terrible. That pitch was about 2 inches out of the zone. Wow. The 1-1 pitch from Syndergaard swung on and rifled down the line. Will that stay fair? It does. Home run, Orlando Arcia, and the Braves are on the board. That ball got out in a hurry. You knew he hit it hard, but it honestly looked like one of those pitches that was going to bend foul. Orlando Arcia, I was just about to say, he's been swinging the bat rather well. He honestly deserves to be up much higher in the lineup considering the way the other guys have been swinging the bat. Syndergaard threw a fastball in the inner cut, and Arcia got around on it, and it was a laser over that left field wall. So Braves now trail just 3-1. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Eddie Rosario takes outside for a ball, and it's 0-1. Oh, at 1-0. Eddie Rosario 0 for 5 in the series. I honestly thought they might bench him today. As Eddie Rosario has had a bad year and even a worse postseason, but I guess they're hoping he can get that magic going. The 0-1 pitch, curveball, top shelf, taken for a strike. It's 1-1. No, they don't have a lot of other options sitting on the bench, but Grossman usually gives you at least pretty good at bats, and he plays much better defense. I guess they're hoping he can yank one out. The 1-1 pitch, outside wide. It's 2-1. (3-1) your score, top of the third. The 2-1 pitch blew it right by him at the knees. swung right past it, and it's 2-2. Looks like the Philadelphia bullpen's already starting to warm up. They have zero faith in Syndergaard. The 2-2 pitch on the way, and curveball swung on and popped up. And will it stay in play, giving Chase's Hoskins? He'll make the catch, and Rosario is another easy out, and there's 2 away. At some point, I don't care what their analytics say, they got to sit Rosario on the bench. At this point, I think you'd even like to see Heredia out there. And that is saying a lot because he does not get base hits, but at least he's got speed. So that'll bring up Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. Acuna is 0 for 1 with a strikeout, his first time up. One of the few Braves that have seen Syndergaard from time to time. And the first pitch on the way is hit fouled back, and it's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr., as he stands at the plate, you're starting to see that shadow creep across. So it's getting there quicker than I expected. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. That would tend to tell you that between now and we'll call it the 5th or 6th inning, runs may be difficult because it may be hard to see. Philadelphia crowds coming to their feet, waving their red towels. The 0-2 pitch to Acuna. Here on the way, swinging a miss, strike 3, and Acuna gets blown away, and that'll end the inning. But Arcia does add a run on the board, so Atlanta answers back a little bit. We'll head to the bottom of the inning. Braves trail 3-1.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I'll like it.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigue player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms, a very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill, and Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4. He stands at the plate, and you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifled back up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
It is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you me. I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves punch back, getting a run in the top of the 3rd inning, now trailing just 3-1. So maybe there's life after all. You kind of get a little down when you see them go down 3-0 a little bit, especially after yesterday's game, but hopefully that will turn things around. We'll see how long Snicker, by the way, is out there on the mound talking to Charlie Morton again. So we'll see what's going on here. It looks like Morton's going to come out of the game. So Colin McHugh, who has been warming up in the bullpen, is going to come in. Charlie Morton, think he was trying to tough it out, but I think Snicker's telling him this game's too important. We can't have you just work through it. So he will hit the showers, and the Braves are already in the bullpen. This is going to be a bullpen game. This just took a really bad turn, but you never know. That's why they call it baseball. We'll be back in a flash.
Do you know why I pulled you over? Because I was at the stop sign for too long? Why was you just sitting there? I was just waiting for it to turn green. Where you headed? I'm at home. Okay, where you live? With my parents. Okay, and where do your parents live? They live with me. Okay, so where's your house? It's next to my neighbor's house. Step out the car, please. I'm going to jail.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
The day after the Black Sox were acquitted, Judge Landis barred all 8 players for life. None of them ever played Major League Baseball again. Judge Landis and the club owners had done their best to reassure the public that the game's honesty had been restored, but fans remained skeptical. Something or someone else was needed to revive their shattered faith.
But I tell you what, here comes a guy with big, broad shoulders and skinny legs, and he could hit that ball out of the ballpark. See, a lot of people had stopped going to baseball, and here comes Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth started hitting that ball out the ballpark and then brought him back.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1. We are back, and Colin McHugh is going to be asked probably to go more than 1 inning. Charlie Morton had a ball hit off his elbow. Looked like it didn't hit the elbow right on, but he went out there to warm up, and now he's out of the game. So either A, he didn't feel right, or B, they just didn't want to risk it. Either way, he's out of the game. 2 innings, 3 runs. He looks very, very distraught. So I'm sure he was looking forward to this. This is 2 years in a row where he's been knocked out early of the comebacker. So the Philadelphia Phillies will head to the plate. And it'll be JT Realmuto to lead things off. Followed by Harper and Castellanos. The shadows have creeped over the plate now, and the first pitch on the way is a slider that kind of slid in there, just missed the inside part of the zone, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike. And it's 1-1. Not too many guys you'd rather go to in this situation than McHugh. He's been in the big situations, and he can usually put together more than 1 inning. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into center field on the track, going against the wall. Michael Harris misses the ball, and JT Realmuto is going to try to score. He's coming all the way around, and he'll have an inside the park home run. Harris misplayed the ball off the wall, and it ricocheted. And the first thing I think a lot of folks are going to say is, where was Acuna? Where was he backing him up? No one was backing Harris up on the play. So Harris missed the ball and then had to go chase it. And Realmuto, who can run well for a catcher, made it all the way around. Things not starting off well here. You see the ball goes up against right just before that 409 sign, and it was a bad misplay by Harris. But the thing is that I see on the replay, where in the hell is Ronald Acuna Jr.? He's nowhere to be found. You look at the replay and he doesn't move. He's just drifting around over in center field. So 4-1 is your score. The first pitch on the way to Harper misses outside, and it's 1-0. Now maybe Harris shouldn't have went for that play, but you got to back him up. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on and popped up. Playable. Underneath it is Harris. He'll make the catch, and it's out number 1. He just misplayed the ball, and it was kind of awkward the way he misplayed it. I think he might have lost it in the sun at the last second, but regardless, he's on the run. If you're the right fielder, you have to know that there's a good chance he doesn't make the catch and to back him up. I think a lot of fans understand getting beat on a play, but the lack of effort, they will never understand. The first pitch on the way to Castellanos is called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Braves still have a long way to go here and get back in the game, but that will tick you off as a fan. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up out of play. It's 0-2. Philadelphia 4, Atlanta 1. And it's a strangely built outfield, so you're going to deal with those kinds of nooks and crannies. You also wonder, as the 0-2 pitch misses outside, slider in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Are your defensive coaches doing their job, going over game plan, saying, hey, if the ball's hit deep in this outfield, you got to back them up. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. And there's 2 away. Rosario was backing him up from the left field perspective. He did his job. But when the ball ricocheted, Harris with better speed could get to the ball faster. He was backing him up in case it came back off the wall towards the infield. The ball ricocheted and went towards right field, and Acuna had not moved. He drifted a little, but that was it. He had the best seat in the game. The first pitch on the way to Bohm is swung on and fouled back against the screen, and it's 0-1. If you remember early in Acuna's career, he got benched a couple of times for lack of hustle. And I'm sure they're going to have some kind of conversation with them, but Snicker's not the type that's going to try to embarrass a player. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Still early. Here's the pitch. Swung on and rifled down the line, foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. And the Braves can get back in a game quickly. But I think there's a feeling of despair out there in Braves country. We still have 6 more innings, but the offense has got to show up. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. And the one thing you would have thought that the Braves had the advantage of in this series is definitely the defense, and it has let them down in this series. Bilotti is warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. See what happens there. Here's the 0-2 delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3, and we get out of the inning. Philadelphia adds 1, but we keep it at that. We'll head to the top of the 4th. It's 4-1 Phillies.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa is the current manager of the White Sox and has been a manager for over 50 years. When he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Russi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Russi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Russi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The bad news is the Braves trail 4-1. The good news is we're into the Philadelphia bullpen, and Andrew Bilotti comes into the game. Braves have had good success against the Philadelphia bullpen all year long. Hopefully that will duplicate itself today, as it'll be a bullpen game the rest of the way for both teams. You got to wonder how Snicker will go about doing this. I would tend to think if the Braves do get through this game, there is a possibility Charlie Morton gets taken off the roster and they would add Bryce Elder. It would be my guess. Well, that's a long way away. Be a moot point if we don't win the game today. Noah Syndergaard's done. He gave up 1 hit, 1 home run, 3 innings. So good work by Syndergaard altogether. And Andrew Bilotti takes over in a 4-1 game. He's pitched well so far in this series, and he does have the advantage of the shadows. First pitch on the way to Dansby Swanson is swung on and fouled back. It's 0-1. Swanson 0 for 1 with the pop out. The shadows are about halfway between home plate and the pitcher's mound. The 0-1 pitch swung on and popped up again. Dansby is not hitting well at the plate. Be an easy can of corn into the outfield, and it's One away. Braves trail by 3, the heart of the order coming to the plate. Matt Olson, who has swung the bat well. In this series, 0 for 1 today. The first pitch to Olson. The big left-hander gets set, and the first pitch is swung on and hit high and deep into right field. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip, boom, bam. A solo shot cuts the lead 4-2. Matt Olson has come up big the last few weeks, and he does it again. 2 hits by Atlanta, both solo shots. And the Braves putting some heat on that Philadelphia bullpen. Let's go. That was a no-doubter. Once again, that says 373. I mean, that ball was absolutely crushed. So that's going to bring up Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. Olson's second home run of the series. First pitch to d'Arnaud is slider called for an inside strike. Might have missed a little bit, but it was close. It's 0-1. Michigan is housing Penn State right now, 40-17. That game is just about over. The 0-1 delivery inside misses, and it's 1-1. Went back to the slider, same general area. The 1-1 pitch to d'Arnaud, righty-righty matchup, swung on and foul back out of play. Got a 1-2 count. Kyle Gibson's another one they could pull out of the pen. How much experience he has recently out of the bullpen, I'm not sure. I know he did pitch out of the pen before he came to Philly. The 1-2, Bellotti kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider in the dirt, and there's 2 away. Matt Olson absolutely tattooed that ball. Gets the Braves right back in it. Even more frustrating that Acuna didn't chase after that ball. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate, who has been scuffling bad. He'll take the first pitch slider for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way. Fastball off the edge. Sherwater blows another call. It's 0-2. Riley shakes his head. That fastball was about 2 to 3 inches off the plate. Philadelphia faithful standing up, rooting Bellotti on. It irritates you bad enough watching this during the regular season, but when you see a guy like Sherwater just awful strike zone, you wonder what's he doing in the playoffs. The 0-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves put a run on the board and cut it in half. It's 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hi, friend. It's your home speaking, and I need some favors. Could you turn on some of the lights in the basement? I'm scared of the dark. Also, this one is easy. Could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico so we could save money? Last thing, just a suggestion. Could you steam clean the carpets? I need a spa day.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
How can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game? Foreman, this is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. Braves trail by just 2. Coming to the plate for the Philadelphia Phillies this inning, it'll be Bryson Stott, Segura, and Marsh, bottom of the order, but Marsh did hit a home run. Colin McHugh is going to go back to work, and the first pitch from McHugh to Stott is a cutter, top of the zone, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Bryson Stott 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. If you're just joining us, Philadelphia, the 3-run shot and then an inside the Parker put the 4 runs on the board. The Braves have done it as the 0-1 called for a strikeout or edge, and it's 0-2. They've hit 2 solo shots. So that's where we stand. And Charlie Morton, as the 0-2 pitches foul back, will do it again at 0-2. Charlie Morton left the game via injury, another comebacker, this time to his arm. Remember last year he left because comebacker to his leg. Some really bad luck for Charlie Morton and the Braves. Difference this year is if Atlanta can get out of this game alive, they have a much deeper pitching staff. The 0-2 pitch misses outside. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way and off the plate wide. It's 2-2. That difficult shatter to pick up the baseball. It is almost at the pitcher's mound. So you'll say probably another half inning or so, and it won't be as bad on the hitters, but it hasn't really slowed the hitters down, has it? The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, slider taken. It's a full count. Got to figure Colin McHugh is going to be asked to pitch today, this inning. And then I would say they'll go to the pen again, depending on where they are in the order. They could go back to Dylan Lee. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and dumped into left center field. Harris is on it, cuts it off, keeps the runner from advancing. It's a leadoff single for the Philadelphia Phillies. Quadruple header of baseball today. The Dodgers and the Mariners both face elimination, along with Atlanta. The first pitch on the way to Segura is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. One on, nobody out. The number 8 hitter, Segura. The 1-0 delivery. McHugh checks back the runner and curveball, cutter on the edge of the dish. It's 1-1. Atlanta Braves, no matter how you slice it, one of the most talented teams in baseball. The 1-1 pitch, swung on and miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. Whatever happens today, Braves fans can still hang their head high. Won the division for the 5th year in a row. They've gone to the NLCS 3 years in a row. Won the World Series last year. The 1-2 from McHugh misses outside. It's 2-2. But we are far from done here, Braves country. A lot left in this game. And at some point, you would think Dansby Swanson and Austin Riley would come out of their funks, especially Riley. He has just been absolutely awful this series. The 2-2 pitch swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Giving chase is Arcia, fighting the sun, makes the catch. And there's 2 away. Runner trots back to first. That'll bring up Brandon Marsh, the player of the game so far, with the big 3-run home run in the 2nd inning. This took place after Charlie took the hit on the arm. So you don't know if that had anything to do with it, but he definitely missed his location. He just laid one in there. Marsh did not miss it. So a lefty-righty matchup. As McHugh looks into Travis d'Arnaud. First pitch on the way, swung on and hit high, and bobbling the ball off the bounce is Harris. Another bad defensive play. I think there was some miscommunication. They'll probably score that as a leadoff double. But I think you got to give an error to somebody there. So the ball went up into the air, and Acuna and Harris, they were both going after it. And Acuna stopped at the last second. And I don't know if it's because he thought Harris was calling him off. But runners on second and third, and 1 away, and terrible defense by the Braves. The irony of this is just unbelievable. Philadelphia, one of the worst fielding teams in baseball, they're getting the advantage of some terrible defense by Atlanta so far. They're going to go ahead and automatically walk Kyle Schwarber. It's happened last night. Sent Hoskins to the plate, and he had a 3-run bomb. So he comes to the plate now with the bases loaded. The first pitch he swung and took out and tomahawked the bat into the ground. The first pitch on the way is a cutter inner edge, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Big spot in this game. Hoskins has an opportunity to blow this game wide open, really make it difficult for a comeback. The 0-1 delivery. Misses top of the zone cutter, and it's 1-1. Doesn't get any easier. On deck is Real Muto. Braves could use a double play here. Force at every base. The 1-1 pitch misses top of the zone. It's 2-1. And McHugh going back to that play with Acuna, and it looked like Harris might have tried to call him off, and then there's miscommunication because Harris thought that Acuna was getting it. The 2-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Acuna is coming underneath it. He'll get it and fire it towards home plate. No way Stott's going to try to test his arm, and there's 2 away. So big pitch there. JT Real Muto is now due up. Last time he was up, all he did was hit an inside the park home run. So another big at bat. There's nowhere to put Real Muto, and Bryce Harper stands on deck. So a big spot in this game. You figure if McHugh can get through this, it would be a bullet dodged. Another bad defensive play sets up. We should be out of the inning. The first pitch on the way is a cutter, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Bases loaded, 2 away. The 1-0 pitch. On the way, swung on and fouled off over the first base dugout. And it evens up the count at 1-1. Normally hit the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update at this point, but there's too much going on here. We'll hit it next inning. The 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back, and it's 1-2. Colin McHugh 1 strike away from hopefully getting out of this mess. If you're just joining us, the bases are loaded, 2 away, a 1-2 count. Miscommunication in the outfield led to runners on second and third. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back. Cutter at the top of the zone will do it again. It's 1-2. Braves trying to hang around here, trailing by 2. They can come back and win this game. Game 5 tomorrow. Most people have been predicting it'll be about 4:30 Eastern. The 1-2 swing and a miss, strike 3, and a big out number 3. We'll hit the break. The Braves will grab the bats. Don't go anywhere, Braves country. We're going to get us a comeback.
I have never said that you aren't good at what you do. It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans and avoid recycling waxed paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Before he retired, Kyle Seager was the active leader in games played without being in the postseason with 1,480 games. The new active leader is now Gene Segura with 1,230 games. To Kyle Seager, I hope you have a happy retirement. The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt. Shop at Target.
The greatest ball player of all time? I picked the Detroit man because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession, and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he were charged something for the privilege, and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper, Charles Comiskey.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Philadelphia Phillies. It's 4-2 Philadelphia as we head to the top of the 5th inning. And Atlanta will send Michael Harris, the second, William Contreras, and Orlando Arcia, who's already hit a home run today, to the plate. Get you caught up here on the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. Five generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture for 30 years. Every item hand-picked to fit your needs. Go to DixieHandle.com today for more information. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris misses outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Brad Hand is now into the game. The left-hander comes in with a 2.80 ERA. Pitched an inning and a third yesterday. The 1-0 pitch. Low strike number 1. It's 1-1. In about 30 minutes, game 3 of the Houston-Seattle series begins. The 1-1 slider right across the chest, taken for a strike. It's 1-2. Yankees in Cleveland tied at 1. Their game 3 is tonight at 7:30, and the Padres lead the Dodger series 2-1. They're at 9:30. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed in the dirt, and Harris is down on strikes. Get you caught up on your college football scoreboard. Michigan 41-17 beating number 10 Penn State. Iowa State put a scare into Texas. 24-21 was the final. Longhorns outlasted. Number 24 Illinois improved 6-1. First pitch on the way to Contreras is a slider right there at the knees, and it's 0-1. William Contreras 0 for 1 on the day, 1 for 6 in the series. Braves bats have just been stymied. They've got to come out of it at some point. Too many good hitters on this team. The 0-1 pitch swung on and rifled back against the screen. It's 0-2. Oklahoma leads Kansas, number 19 Kansas 52-42. That game's in the fourth quarter. The 0-2 delivery outside misses wide. Well wide of the plate. It's 1-2. Standing on deck is Arcia. Zach Eflin is warming up in the Philadelphia bullpen. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike three, and Contreras did not make contact. And there's 2 away. Just getting underway, Tennessee and Alabama. They are scoreless in the first quarter. Later on tonight, number 4 Clemson at Florida State, number 7 USC at Utah. And that's your DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. The first pitch to RC is swung on and rifled into left field. RC is 2 for 2. Maybe he can wake the rest of them boys up. A 2-out single will bring the tying run to the plate. We'll see if they let Eddie Rosario bat. It's got to be worth going to the bench at some point. No, they're going to let Arcia bat. I'm sorry, not Arcia. Rosario. Let Rosario bat. Guess they're hoping he comes out of his funk. He's 0 for 6 in the series. He's 0 for 1 today. He was last year's NLDS MVP. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is swung on and hit high, but not very deep into center field, drifting back and making the catch. And it's another easy out. Rosario flies out to end the inning. We'll be back in a flash, heading to the bottom of the 5th.
I'll tell you the truth, my wife and I, we never have sex. Now, we get undressed, we can't stop laughing, you know. But I'll tell you one thing, when my wife does have sex, she screams, oh, especially when I walk in on her. Ooh. My kids, they don't help either. No good, huh? Ooh, no, my kids, they're real smart kids I got, you know. Yeah. But the other day I told my kid, I said, someday you'll have children of your own. He said, so will you. And my daughter, too, she's no bargain either, my daughter, you kidding? Well, she's been picked up so many times, she's starting to grow handles.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
You're great. I can't understand why they hate you so much.
Spalding led his White Stockings in a pickup team of all-stars on a round-the-world tour to spread the gospel of the great American game.
We are up at breakfast early as we are to start at 10 o'clock for the pyramids. Camels and donkeys have been secured for the party. The ball players in uniform, as for the first time, the Sphinx is to witness a game of baseball. After lunch, we have photos taken at the Sphinx and then proceed to play our historical game of ball with about 200 Arabs for an audience. They took more interest in the game than the average Englishman and did not once refer to it as the old game of rounders, you know.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trailed by just 2. Kind of dodged a bullet last inning. If they can get a shutdown inning here, we'll have the top of the order due up. And remember, we are into a bullpen game at this point. And AJ Minter is going to come on. I know it's early, but remember, Minter, he has in the past pitched multiple innings in the playoffs, and they may have to lean on him today. He's coming in to face Bryce Harper, followed by Contreras. Castellanos and Bohm. AJ Minter throws the first pitch, and it's a nasty cutter that works more like a slider, and it's 0-1. I know it seems like a funky game that has begun, but the Braves only trail by 2. Still have a lot more to go in this game. You got to figure probably 2 more times through the order. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. Bryce Harper, 1 for 12 lifetime against Minter. So one of the reasons why Minter was grabbed at this range. Now they may only use Minter sparingly, hoping that we can win this game. The 0-2 pitch misses inside, close shave, fastball taken for a ball. It's 1-2. If Atlanta can win this game, Max Fried would be on the mound tomorrow. And he's got to be Max Fried. He can't be whatever that was the other day. He's got to show up, and he's got to go out there and give us 7 strong. You can do that. You can build your way to a win today and tomorrow. They got to start having some shutdown innings here. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off the hands. It's 1-2. The 1-2 count to AJ Minter, from AJ Minter to Harper. Shadows still peering across the diamond. Now there's limited shadows. There's still a little bit as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, 99 miles an hour on the outer edge. Minter gets the first out for the Braves here in the bottom of the 5th. As Minter let go of that ball, and there was a swing and a miss. He spun around, little hop in his step. As the Philly faithful, I think nerves are starting to get to some of the Philadelphia faithful as well. The place is sold out, but you don't see quite the raucous atmosphere. Now that would change, obviously, if we put runners on. First pitch on the way to Nick Castellanos is a fastball, misses outside, and it's 1-0. 98 miles an hour on the radar gun. This Atlanta Braves team, was thinking about this last night as the 1-0 pitch is fastball at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Castellanos didn't like the call. He's barking back at Shearwater. I'm sure a couple of the Braves players are saying, welcome to the club there, buddy. He has had a very inconsistent strike zone. At first you think he's squeezing him, and then out of nowhere, the strike zone will grow, and that's what drives hitters mad more than anything else. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled over the first base dugout into the upper deck, and it's 1-2. It's bad enough if a guy is calling strikes out of the zone or missing strikes in the zone, but when he's inconsistent, when the low pitch is a strike sometimes, but sometimes it's not, that's when you end up getting arguments. Remember, there's been some hot heads in Philadelphia. Kyle Schwarber comes to mind when he exploded on, I believe that was Angel Hernandez earlier this year. The 1-2 pitch to Castellanos on the way. Fastball misses outside. It's 2-2. Atlanta Braves, 101 wins in the regular season. But with this new playoff format, you're going to see more times than not as we go forward. And this is the 2-2 pitch right there, called strike 3. Knee buckling changeup, and Castellanos heads back to the dugout. He might have still been peeved about that low strike that was called. Sometimes that gets into your head. But you will see more and more. This is the first year we're really dealing with it in a real way. You know, the 2020, you throw that aside. That was the bubble year, and you can't really use that as any kind of a way of metrics. It was a goofy tournament. But you look at Major League Baseball playoffs going forward, when you have put this many teams in the playoffs, the best team is not going to make it to the NLCS and ALCS every year. First pitch on the way to Bohm misses outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. One of the things that a lot of these teams are having to adjust to is these long layoffs. Remember, the Braves last played a meaningful game on Tuesday and then had 7 days before they played another meaningful game. And that's a long way to go. Now, I would think in years going forward, without dealing with the lockout, as the 1-0 pitch is on the way, misses high and out of the zone, it's 2-0. I would think they're going to try to compress these games a little bit. And one thing that I think should have been done from the get-go, but maybe they'll look at it down the road, is that there should be a doubleheader built into the wild card series. The 2-0 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 1, cutter right underneath the hands, and it's 2-1. I don't know if I love that as much, but I will say this. Let's say your last game is on Sunday, like the normal regular season, as opposed to the way it was on Wednesday this year. I would suggest that you get to playing the playoffs, the wild card, the next day. They do it in baseball all the time. Why can't you have the wild cards ready to roll that night? The 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to third. Riley's got it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a clean inning. We've needed one of those. Ronald Acuna Jr., Dansby Swanson, and Matt Olson are coming to the plate. Come on, Braves country, let's get some runs.
What's the best part of being a Mets fan? To be honest with you, like the character development, it really builds you for the rest of your life because it's such a miserable franchise. A lot of peaks and valleys with this team. So if that's the best part, what's the worst part? Probably May through September.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antones Ariola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. BJ and Justin Upton both hit their 99th career home runs on the same day, July 20th, 2012. They would follow that up with their 100th career home run on the same day, August 3rd. In between the home runs, they both had 7 hits, 6 singles, and an extra base hit.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I love
watching closely what I think is this psychological duel between the pitcher and the batter, as well as a physical duel, knowing that each one is anticipating what the other one is going to do and that one of them is going to win, one is going to lose. I mean, that's what's so wonderful about it. I mean, people who don't understand baseball think about, well, what is it? These 9 guys on the field. If you love it at that moment, it's just as exciting as a heavyweight boxing match. These 2 people are dueling each other, and with all of their memory of the other person. And the great pitchers and the great batters have studied the other person. That's what's so wonderful.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Get you caught up on the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. The Georgia Bulldogs are out to an early lead against Vanderbilt, 7-0. Tennessee Volunteers lead the Alabama Crimson Tide, 7-0. That game is in the first. Oklahoma State up a touchdown at TCU, battle of ranked teams. And NC State Syracuse, another battle of ranked teams. They are 7-3. The Orangemen, that game is in the first. Big games going on tonight. Clemson, number 4 in the country, they travel to Tallahassee, Florida, to take on the Seminoles. And Mississippi State, number 16 at number 22 Kentucky. That game's at 7:30 as well. USC and Utah is at 8 o'clock. Jose Alvarado comes into the game. He has thrown 3 1/3, giving up 1 hit, 2 earned runs. Alvarado, I noticed he didn't complain about the mound in Philly. He's going to face Acuna, and he blew a fastball past Acuna last time. We'll see if Acuna can catch up. First pitch to Acuna is a 99-mile-an-hour heater, about belt high on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Top of the 6th inning, Braves trail by just 2. So a bloop and a blast could tie this. The 0-1 swung on and missed. Cutter got him swinging and missing. It's 0-2. It's time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball. It's the 0-2 pitch. On the way, swung on and missed. And he went fishing for the sinker. There's one away. That'll bring Dansby Swanson to the plate. Dansby Swanson is batting 143 in this series. Really, the only guys outside of Arcia doing it today, the only guys who have hit well in this series has been Acuna until today. Acuna's still batting 357. Olsen at 400 and Darnold at 357. First pitch on the way to Swanson is inside. Did that get a piece of him? I guess it just missed him. Ricocheted high. Wasn't sure if that hit his shoe, and it's 1-0. You almost want him to just stick your foot out there, man. Take one for the team, buddy. Easier said than done when 99's coming at your little piggies. A 1-0 pitch to Swanson. Here's the delivery. Outside, misses. It's 2-0. Those shadows are just starting to fully disappear past the pitcher's mound. Alvarado's still in the sun a little bit, but the sun and shadows have started to disappear a little bit. So over the next inning or so, as the 2-0 pitch is down below the knees, it's 3-0. The hitter's batter's eye should get much better. And remember, the ball does fly out of Philadelphia. Now, it is cool today, so that might have something to do with whether or not it flies out when the sun goes down, but it hasn't had a hard time getting out so far. And Atlanta only trailed the New York Yankees in home runs in Major League Baseball. So as long as they've got an out, they've got a chance. The 3-0 pitch, fastball, outer edge, 100 miles an hour, just kissed the black on the outer part, and it's 3-1. Swanson didn't like that call. I don't think that was as bad a call as Sherwaters had today. Don't get me wrong. He's been very bad today, but that wasn't a bad call. The 3-1 pitch to Swanson right there at the knees, taking first strike, and it's 3-2. Swanson knows just trying to get on any way he can. So he knows if he can get on, Matt Olson would represent the tying run. What a matchup that'll be, the big lefty versus the big lefty. The 3-2 pitch on the way, down below the knees, and oh my Lord, Sherwater rung him up, strike 3, and another awful call. Looking at the pitch track, and that ball was easily 2 inches below the knees. And I think this is one of the things that drives Braves fans crazy. Not just, I mean, that was a terrible call. Stu Sherwater should lose his job over this game. He damn sure should be kept out of playoffs going forward. But one thing that drives Braves fans crazy, because we grew up on the Bobby Cox brand of baseball, is that Snicker never goes out and says anything. First pitch on the way to Olson is a comebacker over the mound, but throwing it off bounce. He'll have plenty of time as Olson does not run well. That'll end the inning, and it's 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta? No doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the #1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Hey, Jacksonville, winter is the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free spring lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio to save 50% on your first service. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trail 4-2. Still a lot of baseball left as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. The Atlanta Braves looks like AJ Minter is back out there. And the first pitch to Bryson Stott, lefty-lefty matchup, is on the way, and it's a cutter, top of the zone, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Stott did not like that call. That pitch missed high as much as that pitch to Dansby missed low. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line, 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2. Quick update on your DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. The Tennessee Volunteers have jumped out to a 14-7 lead over the Alabama Crimson Tide. That game is still in the first quarter. A lot of good college football this evening. Looking forward to watching some of that. I figured this game will end around halftime of most of those. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Straight gas from Minter. And there's one away. AJ Minter. You remember a few years ago, the NLCS pitched a valiant game, a game that most of us feel like he should not have came out of the game so early against the Dodgers. Went 3 innings. He said afterwards he felt like he could have went 4 or 5. First pitch on the way to Segura, swung on and missed over the top, and it's 0-1. Minter, if you're wondering, is at 18 pitches. They would think of it one or two ways. And I would say it would be you either let him go as long as he can, and then he's just done for the rest of the series, or you pull him after this inning. It's the 0-1 pitch, misses outside. It's 1-1. You got to figure Odorizzi and Strider and now Charlie Morton are off the table for tomorrow if there is a game. The 1-1 delivery from Minter, fastball, outer edge, misses. It's 2-1. Can usually assume what the call is going to be, but with Stu Sherwater behind the plate, and I remember we had him a couple of weeks ago. He is just so inconsistent that you have to wait for him to actually make his call. The 2-1 pitch swung on and grounded back up the middle. That's going to be a 1-out single. Nobody there. Braves normally in a shift, but that time had Segura played pretty straight up the middle. And it's a 1-out single to start the bottom of the 6th. Brandon Marsh is due up. We'll see if they actually let him come to the plate. It'll be a lefty-lefty matchup. Would you pull Marsh? They are going to let him hit. I was wondering because, he did hit that home run earlier. I'd say if they were trailing, he would be benched, but he's 2 for 2. So why not ride the hot hand while you can? Prior to that, he was 0 for 4 in the series. The first pitch on the way from Menters. He looks back. The runner at first is fastball, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. You got a little bit of good luck. It just happened a little while ago. I'll get into it in here in a second. I don't want to jinx it as we're in the middle of this inning. The 0-1 delivery. Swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. 97 on the gun. Braves trail 4-2 after Charlie Morton's injury brought him from the game. Morton gave up a 3-run home run, tried to tough it out. I know a lot of folks will probably blame him to try to tough it out, but you got to admire the toughness. The 0-2 pitch is on the way, and it is a ball outside. Segura goes up the line, and he has second base stolen. Segura now is slow to get up. I think he's okay. I think he's just kind of shaking out. He went head first. He might have hit his hand or his arm on Dansby Swanson's leg. The throw came up the line. Segura just got in. I mean, just got in before. Another stolen base. It's one thing Atlanta's going to have to really look into on what they're going to do next year, because a couple of things, but one of the things is the bases are going to get a tad bigger, and Atlanta has had the bases stolen on them all year long. So it's only going to get more prevalent. The 1-2 pitch right there, called strike 3. 90-mile-an-hour cutter froze him. Works almost more like a slider, and there's 2 away. Think Marsh might have been looking for a fastball. He was gearing up for that, and the ball just kind of broke. So that'll bring Kyle Schwarber to the plate. They're coming out to talk to Minter. It's just the infield. It's an infield powwow. It's not a manager visit. Interesting what you could do here. I don't think with the lefty-lefty option that you would pitch around Schwarber, because it doesn't get any easier. Hoskins is on deck, and then you've got another right-hander in Real Muta, so you can't really. Now there could be the conversation of, do you pitch around him as opposed to walking him? First pitch on the way to Schwarber is swung on and missed. 96-mile-an-hour heat, and it's 0-1. Kyle Schwarber, if this kind of stuff matters to you, he is, in 10 plate appearances, 0 for 6. He does have 4 walks. Of course, you always feel like someone's due. The 0-1, swung on and missed, strike 2, and it's 0-2. I always feel better when a guy's like 1 for 13. When he's like 0 for 90, you're like, man, even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while. And Schwarber, who led the National League in home runs, most years would have led major leagues in home runs, but the 62 by Judge, forget about it. The 0-2 pitch, Minter swings around to check Segura back. Philadelphia's got a runner in scoring position with 2 away, so anything that leaves the bat will probably score if it gets down. Segura with good speed. The 0-2 pitch, outside wide. It's 1-2, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Philly 4, Braves 2, bottom of the 6th inning, 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. Another fastball missing outside. It's 2-2. So Minter, once up 0-2 on the batter, has now nibbled his way to an even count. And if you go full count on him, it could get even more dangerous. And you have woken up the Philadelphia faithful. They're standing, waving their flags. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and deals. Fastball, fouls it back. We'll do it again at 2-2. Just on the inner cut in the top shelf of the zone. Lefty-lefty matchup, almost jammed him. Minter now at 30 pitches. You wonder how much he has in the tank, but he has pitched deeper in the past, just not this year. The 2-2 inside, and Schwarber is going to claim he got hit by a pitch. I don't know how in the world. You know, Schwarber didn't want any part of Mentor because he was not squaring him up. I don't think that hit him. I don't think that hit him at all. Maybe. Side view, maybe a little more. I mean, the only thing I'll say is if that ball hit him, I kind of feel like there's no way Travis Darnode would have made the catch, but I also don't know if you can waste your. This is the stupid part about Major League Baseball with the replay rule. To only have one replay in your pocket in the playoffs is a little absurd. This review may be coming from upstairs. But if you went to it blindly and said, did a guy get hit by this pitch? And you were not told what the call was, they are challenging it. You would say he did not get hit. But it is so hard to, that ball didn't hit him, but it is so hard to overturn that. Because unless you're going to have some kind of sensor on everyone's batting gloves, how are you going to overturn that? And the other thing is, the reaction from Schwarber tells me he didn't get hit. He's mimicking towards the dugout. And they're saying the call stands, but I mean, anyone with any common sense knows that Major League Baseball blew the call originally because Sherwater got talked into that being a hit pitch. That's number one. And then whoever the goofballs are upstairs in New York doing the replay, they continued by upholding his original ruling. They are going to pull Mentor, and here comes Raciel Iglesias to face JT Realmuto. We'll step aside for a second and reset. Braves in a big spot here in the bottom of the sixth. Frontier Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got. Lindsey's got.
Second down from the 3. Comes the blitz. Quick flip. Call. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Give me the freshman. My goodness. The Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. Want to piss off an entire room full of tree huggers? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here to the Braves Country Baseball. you're just joining us, Stu Sherwater is an absolute disgrace of an umpire. We got runners on first and second, and the first pitch on the way from Iglesias is a called strike to Hoskins at the knees. It's 0-1. Runners on first and second, 2 away. Hoskins, Real Muto, and Harper. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. It's 0-2. So you hate to go to Iglesias this early. He'll probably be asked to go the 7th, and then you're going to try to build something for the 8th and Kenley for the 9th. Depending on what the Braves bats will do. The 0-2 pitch outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. I know that Snicker does not like to rile up the umpires and get them against him, but man, at some point you got to take a stand. I mean, there's not not only was the 1-2 pitch is swung on and ball's going to dump into right field. Cunha bobbles the ball and a run scores. It's 5-2. Wouldn't have mattered. He never would have thrown out Segura. It was a dying quail at the end of the bat, and Acuna had to come running in. Arcia was in a shift, so he was way too far away from the ball. So blooper at the end of the bat. If you're in a normal defense, Arcia's there. And there's no way as deep as they have the outfield being played that any of our outfielders are going to make those plays. And all the analytics that they always talk about, you would think that they would be playing a little further in, trying to prevent any run as opposed to worrying about the big inning. So now you got runners on the corners, the Braves down 5-2 now, and JT Real Muto coming to the plate. Real Muto is 1 for 3 with an inside the park home run. First pitch on the way is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Change up on the outer edge. Disappointing series so far. Disappointing game so far for the Braves. The 0-1 is in the dirt, and it's 1-1. But you know how quickly these things can change, and Atlanta can score in bunches. So if they can get any kind of a rally going. But we are running out of time, just 3 frames left. You don't want to put it all on the 9th inning. Runners on the corners, 2 away. The 1-1, swing and a miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. On deck is Harper. Hopefully we don't see him till next inning. The 1-2 swung on and dribbled over towards third. Riley barehands it, fires it across, and a seeing eye infield single is going to make it 6-2. Another one of those dribblers. It seems like have gone against us more than they've gone for us this year. That changeup came off the bat, and he barely rolled it over, and Riley had to come all the way from a deep. They were playing the infield so deep. Riley really had no chance. He made it a lot closer than it probably should have been. It was a much closer play than I thought it was going to be. Real Muto beat out the throw. Wouldn't matter anyways because you can't challenge that. Our challenge is gone because of the bad play by Sherwater and they held it up. The next pitch is on the way, and it's swung on, and it's rifled into left field. Oh, throwing it back in. Another run will score. It's 7-2 Philadelphia. Hitting it against the shift. And basically, Harper just hit them where they ain't. And I know a lot of people are against it next year, but I am glad they're getting rid of the shift. This wouldn't have mattered as much because you can still cheat towards second. But in a normal situation, Dansby Swanson is standing over there. He at least stops the ball from getting through the infield. 7-2 is the score. Atlanta needs to stop the bleeding here. And the first pitch to Castellanos below the knees. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-0. Update in Knoxville, the Tennessee Volunteers lead Alabama 21-7. That game is in the first quarter still. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Castellanos 0 for 3. Seems like as the 1-1 pitch goes into the dirt, it's 2-1. Seems like the Phillies have had 2-3 runners on base all weekend long. Zach Eflin's warming up in the bullpen again. I don't know how many times they're going to get that guy up. I think he's pitched a complete game just out there in the bullpen. Heart of the Braves order is due up if they can get through this. The 2-1 pitch hit foul towards the third base dugout. We'll do it again at 2-2. I don't know if that umpire needs to be investigated, but he definitely needs to be disciplined. He should not be in the playoffs. I mean, that's just, I've seen a lot of umpires this year. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, ball 3, it's 3-2. That one was in the dirt. And he's one of the worst ones I've seen. And I was shocked when I saw that he was on this umpiring court at the beginning of the series. His rankings are awful. And it's been for both teams. It hasn't just been one-sided. But he shouldn't be in the NLDS. And I would think he's not going to advance to any of the championship series. 3-2. Down below, Iglesias loses them. And the bases are now juiced for Alec Bohm. So Iglesias has came in and essentially made matters worse. The game was still in hand, and a guy who typically is known to come in on clean innings and with a lead was being asked to come in with ducks on the pond. Just don't know if that was the best way to go, but hindsight's always 20/20. Charlie Morton with another disappointing outing in the playoffs. Injured early in the game and had to leave. Before that, gave up a 3-run home run. The first pitch to Alec Bohm is outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. And to make it even more confusing, no one has gone out to talk to Iglesias. There was a bit of a mound visit by the players a second ago. The 1-0 right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Bases are juiced. 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch on the way down below the knees. It's 2-1. A 2-1 pitch. Braves got to stop the bleeding here. Still with 3 more innings. Here's the pitch, swung on and rifled, a leaping catch by Dansby Swanson. And that'll end the inning, mercifully. We'll head to the top of the 7th, trailing by 5.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby! All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
1868. Somehow or other, they don't play ball nowadays as they used to some 8 or 10 years ago. I don't mean to say that they don't play it as well, but I mean that they don't play with the same kind of feelings or for the same objects they used to. It appears to me that ball matches have come to be controlled by different parties and for different purposes than those that prevailed in 1858 or 1859.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. In case we lose some of y'all because it's looking bleak, I do want to thank all of Braves Country for tuning in all year long. We will be back next spring bringing you pitch by pitch. Please like and subscribe. But I'm not giving up yet. But then again, I don't give up ever. So let's get them. Let's get some runs. Good news is they have used some of their bigger bullets in their bullpen. So if we can get to 1 or 2 guys, things could unravel. But man, the bats have got to start heating up. We'll go ahead and do the turn back time while we have a second. On this date in 1892, the last day of the regular season, Charlie Bumpus Jones, what a great name, of the Cincinnati Reds becomes the first rookie to throw a no-hitter. It was in his very first start as a major league player at age 22. The Cincinnati Red Stockings would win that game. First MLB rookie no-hitter back in 1892. Alvarado is back out in the game. Now, he had quite a long wait, so we'll see if that has any effect on him. Travis d'Arnaud needing a second to adjust his shoes, and it'll be a righty-lefty matchup to start here at the top of the 7th inning. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is swung on and belted high and deep into center field, into the trees and onto the scoreboard. A solo shot. And the Braves have cut into the lead. It's 7-3. Travis d'Arnaud coming up big again and again. He just needs some help. went down and got a sinker. It was about knee high, but timed it perfectly. Same pitch that he was getting a lot of swing and misses on, but that ball was a little higher up. Marsh, I'll tell you what, though, he had a valiant effort to try to steal the ball at the wall. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is taking first strike, and it's on 1. Austin Riley, ice cold in the series. Time for him to get off the schneid. On this date in 1988, as the 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed, diving under that sinker, and it's 0-2. Kirk Gibson, walk-off home run in Game 1 of the World Series as the Dodgers upset the heavily favored A's and go on to win that series. That was off of Dennis Eckersley. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball. That time it's 1-2. On this date in 1925, the Pittsburgh Pirates become the first team to rally from 3-1 down in the World Series to beat the Senators. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit hard on the ground, but a good defensive play by Hoskins. He'll flip it over to Alvarado, who's covering first. Riley's charging down the first base line. He's out. That was like a buffalo about to head into a rhino. The two of them almost collided. Can't say Riley isn't trying. He was hustling down that line. Alvarado must have hurt him because he hit the bag and then had to move his glove away to Riley a little bit. This turn back time is one of the most interesting ones I have found in quite some time. I want to make sure I can give it its proper due. We'll hold off a second. Michael Harris II digs in the lefty-lefty matchup down below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. 100-mile-an-hour sinker. The 1-0 pitch on the way inside, check swing strike, and it's 1-1. Ball was nowhere near the zone, but Harris could not hold up. I think he was swinging by the time the ball came out of his glove. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees, ball 2, it's 2-1. Braves trail by 4. Still have a chance to get back into this, but you don't want to put it all on the 9th inning. The 2-1 pitch on the way, swung on and hit to the left side. Stott has it, fires it across the diamond. They say they got him by maybe a half step. There's 2 away. No argument from Harris. A little surprised. Good play by Stott with the speed of Harris. I'm a little surprised that he was able to beat him out. Looking at the replay, the first replay this show is kind of a bad replay. The second replay, yeah, it looks like they got him by just, not even a quarter step. It was a photo finish. Good arm by Stott. Oh, the more and more I look at it, the closer and closer it gets. That could be the old-fashioned tie goes to the runner. There is going to be a challenge, so we'll see what happens. The first that I saw, I thought it was definitely an out off the first replay. But a couple of the others that they've shown, if you go by the old-fashioned tie goes to a runner, they're going to say the call's confirmed. That really doesn't mean anything. I've not been impressed by Major League Baseball's replay booth. It was a heck of a play by Stott, though. I'll tell you that, because he scooped it and fired it going across his body a little bit. And the more and more that I see it, it looks like that he's probably tied. But they gave it to him. And Alvarado is going to be chased from the game. We'll go ahead and stick here for a second and finish the turn back time and then hit the scoreboard. Alvarado is coming out of the game. They're making a pitching change with William Contreras. Arcia next up. Eflin is coming in, the right-hander. On this date in 1917, the Chicago White Sox beat the New York Giants to win Game 6 of the World Series 4-2. 40 years later, a letter signed that day by the Chicago White Sox team. Now remember, this is 1917, by 24 of its members and the Chicago White Sox manager, a gentleman by the name of Pants Rowland, contains complaints of not receiving their winner's share for the World Series championship. That letter was found tattered and torn 40 years later. It now sits in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, or the National Baseball Hall of Fame, excuse me. That letter circles and kind of explains what happened with the Black Sox, why they threw that World Series. I always knew that there was talk about that they weren't treated very well by Comiskey, and there was a lot of dissent. But I did not know that there was actually a letter signed by the team 2 years prior to throwing the World Series, complaining that I guess was just scoffed at and thrown away, or, well, it was put off to the side because it was found years later, 40 years later, almost to the date, it said. Let's go ahead and hit that DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. DixieHandle.com, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture for 30 years. Every item is hand-picked to fit your needs. Go online to DixieHandle.com for more or call 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Zach Eflin is in the game, and first pitch is a strike, and it's 0-1. Zach Eflin, the right-hander, quickly gets the ball and deals again. The 0-1 foul down the line. It's 0-2. Eflin trying to end this inning. William Contreras trying to keep it alive. The 0-2 pitch down below the knees. It's 1-2. Remember, Braves did score 3 runs off a 3-run home run back in the 9th inning, game 1 against Eflin. The 1-2 pitch outside. Good take by Contreras. I'm surprised he didn't swing at that. That curveball fell off the table at the last second, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count if Contreras can get on. Arcia standing on deck. Full count. The 3-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Braves get a run back, but still trail by 4. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Get up and stretch, Braves country. Braves still got some rallying to do.
All right. Can't see you. Let me hear you.
Katie was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called his
see it. She'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and we home all game.
Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Me out to the ball game. Come on. Me out to the crowd. Buy me the peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail at 7-3. And it's getting late early. We just got 2 more shots at this, but they've got to shut down the Phillies. They could have eliminated the last inning versus the Phillies. They'd be right back in it. They got to get some better pitching. They're going to turn to Dylan Lee. We'll see how this goes. Dylan Lee did pitch yesterday. They're probably just trying to get 1 inning out of Lee here, and they'll piece it together. They would have to come back and actually make a heck of a run here to be able to get to Kenley Jansen. We've already used McHugh, and all of this stems from the fact that we lost Charlie Morton. Way back in the 2nd inning off an injury. Charlie Morton gutted it out and pitched all the way through the inning as the first pitch on the way from Lee. You got a left-handed matchup here, lefty-lefty matchup. Bryson Stott at the plate, who made a great defensive play last inning, right there at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch just misses below. It's 1-1. Dylan Lee set to face Stott. Segura, the 1-1 off the plate wide. It's 2-1. Stott, Segura, and Marsh. The 2-1 swung on and grounded over to first. Covering the bag is Lee. He'll get the flip from Olsen, and there's 1 away. 3-1 put out if you're scoring at home. Atlanta when they come back to the plate the next inning, it'll be Rosario and then the top of the order. So you really have to kind of feel like next inning is when Atlanta really needs to try to make a run at this, get multiple runs, try to cut that lead down. First pitch on the way to Segura is below the knees, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Looked like the slider that missed down below the knees. Philadelphia 7, Braves 3. Bottom of the 7th inning. The pitch outside for a strike, and it's 1-1. Philadelphia faithful looking on. The 1-1 pitch swung on and rifled into right field. It's going to get off the wall. Acuna gets it back in, and it's a 1-out double to get the Phillies going here in the bottom of the 7th. You also wonder, not only that layoff was, I think was probably one of the biggest things that put a hurting on this Braves team. But the other thing is that long grind to try to get to and win and catch and win the NL East. Did that take a toll on this team long term? Because then you kind of deflate the balloon for a week and you try to get back to it. And I think it's kind of hard to turn it on and off. They haven't seemed to have that same fire. First pitch is swung on by Marsh and hit high. Underneath it is Michael Harris. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. The one thing we do know is being Braves, this Braves team is going to be very good for a long time. And they're going to have a lot of chances to win the World Series. And I do not think that this is the last time we'll see them in the playoffs, whether we win or not, today or the next several years. And you'll learn a lot from what took place this year. And I'd say one of the biggest things is getting off to that awful lead and not focusing in April and May and just kind of going through the motions. They finally turned it on in June, but it took a lot out of this team. You couldn't rest them down the stretch. First pitch on the way to Schwarber, misses off the plate. And no, it's called a strike. It's 0-1. You look into it next year, and I would still think next year I would think MLB is going to change this schedule. Such a long layoff for the supposed top seeds that get the advantage. The 0-1 pitch rifles it right down Main Street, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. You typically end the season on a Sunday. I say get the butts moving. At least get the pure wild cards playing on Monday and get the division hosts play on Tuesday. The 0-2 pitch swung on, popped up. It's a can of corn. Underneath it is Riley, and that'll end the inning. So we do get a shutdown inning. Now we got to get some runs on the board, and they can do it in a flash. Arcia, Rosario, and the top of the order coming to the plate.
Why is the dog on the counter?
He likes to be tall.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Joey Votto is one of the most patient, disciplined players in the game, and he could be a future Hall of Famer. He also has a ridiculously low pop-up rate over his career, which is at about 2%.
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle. What are you doing, Snuggle? Snuggle. I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com, Armchair Quarterbacks 1.
Hey, check it out. A snow cone machine.
A snow cone machine?
You're saying it wrong. It's a snow cone machine.
The Dixie Handle Company, dixiehandle.com. If it's made of wood, they do it. Welcome to craftsmanship. The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. It's a little confusing on the commercials. We recently changed our handle on YouTube, and the short of it is now youtube.com/Braves Country /@Braves Country. We did not think it would be eligible, and it was eligible. So please like and subscribe today. We will be back next season, whether we win or lose today. We bring you Braves Country Baseball at least twice a week. The first pitch on the way from Eflin is a fastball, and that was called for a strike to Arcia, and it's 0-1. Arcia 2 for 2 with a solo shot and a single. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, curveball, and it's 0-2. We did Tuesday and Friday night this year. Probably will be the game plan next year. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, nasty curveball, fell out of the zone. Strikeout, and there's one away. You want to follow us on Facebook? It's facebook.com Braves Country Baseball /Braves Country Baseball. We do appreciate everyone who's not just watching today, but has watched all year long, listened to us all year long. We're not giving up yet, though. Not till the final out is made. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a curveball, misses inside, and it's 1-0. Do want to hit those birthdays before we run out of time here. Happy birthday to Tescar Hernandez, Toronto Blue Jays. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. It's 2-0. Turns 30 years old today, 133 home runs on the career, 819 OPS. The great Jim Palmer turns 77, 268 wins for the Hall of Famer, 3-time Cy Young, 3-time World Series champion. The 2-0 pitch swung on and fouled off the glove, foul tipped off the glove. It's 2-1. It's kind of a light day for birthdays, but happy 69th birthday to Tito Jackson of the Jackson 5. Whenever I do these, most of them, some of them you have to look up, but I had to double check. I was like, is Tito still with us? And he is. He's 69 years old. The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 2-2. Philadelphia has played a very good series from start to finish. Even the game that Atlanta beat them in, this Philly team's gotten hot. It kind of reminds you of Atlanta team last year. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line, doing it again at 2-2. I do think they will eventually meet their match. I don't think this team is good enough in the overall pitching department to knock out the Padres Dodgers winner and the Astros Yankees winner. The 2-2 pitch swung on and missed strike 3. And there's 2 away. The biggest difference I see now with the change in the playoff format, first of all, they've got to get to the quicker. Not only are you getting a disadvantage by sitting around for a week, but the other thing is you look at the way the pitching sets up. Having to play in that first round, you're not penalized enough. Philadelphia started Wheeler and Nola on Friday and Saturday, and then did not have to play again till Tuesday. So they started their number 3 guy, and then they could put their ace back out on the mound. First pitch on the way to Acuna as he comes to the plate is down below the knees. It's 1-0. Had that series started the next day, the first 2 games in Atlanta would have been against Phillies lesser thans or on short rest. The 1-0 pitch misses down below, and it's 2-0. And it does not make a lot of sense to me why this round is rushed and the first round was not. Because this round, you're giving a disadvantage to the teams that had the bye. The 2-0 pitch, inside and low, but called for a strike. It's 2-1. Now, with all that being said, Philadelphia's played a great series, and you can't take anything away from it. You also wonder if Atlanta ran out of gas after winning the World Series. The 2-1, high chopper, and it's a difficult hop. Acuna's flying down the line and just gets him by a half step, and that'll end the inning. It's 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. The Braves trail it 7-3.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? Shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. And Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to the Braves Country Baseball. Real quick, we're going to hit the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update to get you caught up on what's going on in the rest of the world of sports. As Houston and the Mariners, they are going at it. We'll get the college football update as well. It's 0-0 in the third inning, Astros and Mariners. Yankees, Guardians, and Dodgers, Padres are later on tonight. College football. Bit of an upset brewing in Knoxville, Tennessee, as Kenley Jansen will come into the 8th inning. I guess the Braves will just, if they were to come back, they would just try to piece it together for the 9th. You do have a couple of options. Might as well, right? Last thing you want to do is get behind by more. First pitch on the way from Jansen to Hoskins. It's a strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. We'll hit the Southeastern Conference first in the DixieHandle.com, or the DixieHandle.com scoreboard update. Vols 28-17 over Alabama in the second quarter. It's the 0-1's fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Arkansas leads BYU in the second, 24-21. Ole Miss outlasted Auburn 48-34. That game is a final. LSU in Florida, Mississippi State, Kentucky. Those games are later tonight. The 0-2 pitch just gets a piece of it, fouls it off. We'll do it again. It's 0-2. Number 18, Syracuse, at home at halftime, leading number 15, NC State, 10-3. Miami held on and beat Virginia Tech 20-14. Later on tonight, number 4, Clemson is at Florida State. That's the ABC game of the week. And North Carolina and Duke play at 8:00. Hoskins asked for time, and Jansen gets reset. The 0-2 pitch on the way. He'll kick and deal and misses high. It's 1-2. Oklahoma State leads TCU 24-10. That game is heading towards halftime. Battle of top tens. Number 25, James Madison, clinging to a 3-point lead heading towards halftime against Georgia Southern. The 1-2 pitch from Jansen, swung on and fouled back. Do it again at 1-2. Michigan topples Penn State 41-17. That was a top 10 showdown. Oklahoma 52-42 over number 19 Kansas. And Texas holds on to beat Iowa State 24-21. Illinois over Minnesota 26-14. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. So Atlanta, first of all, we did this run last year in October, and it was a special run. And anyone that was here with us, I think know how, everyone knows how fun it was, and just really want to be grateful for being a Braves fan. And the Braves listeners are the best. They hang in there through thick and thin. And it's been a fun year. We won another division championship. As the first pitch on the way to Real Muto is called for a strike at the top of the zone. And it's 0-1. And there's no way that you can expect a team to win it every year. But I think the Braves feel like this team will definitely be there every year. As the 0-1 pitch is swung on and grounded over to short. Dansby's got it. He'll fire it over to first, and there's 2 away. And they should bring most everybody back and make some improvements. I'd say there's some things that are going to be addressed in the offseason. But I think as Braves fans, the biggest thing we want to know is, are we going to get Dansby Swanson back? And That is the $20 million question. Of course, when it comes to him, I guess it's probably $125 million question. I just don't think you can let him walk away. The fan base loves Dansby Swanson. He's a guy from Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Bryce Harper misses outside, and it's 1-0. But this team, to me, since the very beginning of this series, even with the win, it feels like a team that's ran out of gas. The 1-0 pitch on the way, taken for a strike outside, and it's 1-1. This is why you don't see teams repeat. It's very difficult. But we'll have, if we don't come back, and this is our last game, we'll have a lot to look forward to next year. You'll get another year under the belt of Strider and Kyle Wright. Is the 1-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep down the line, and that ball is gone. An exclamation point makes it 8-3. Bryce Harper in that popcorn stand, his third home run this postseason. That ball, I mean, that when that ball left the bat in most stadiums, I was about to call it an out. I thought for sure it was going to be an out. And in most stadiums, it is an out. That ball would have died on the warning track, even at Truist Park, before the warning track. But it's 8-3, and it just became that much more difficult to come back. First pitch on the way to Castellanos is swung on, and it's a line drive to center field. Harris is underneath it, and he'll make the catch. So we'll head to the top of the ninth inning. Could be our last 3 outs until the spring. We'll be right back, Braves Country. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. The Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family, have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is handpicked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball. Update on the armchair quarterbacks. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. We do apologize for the volume issues. YouTube Live has some real volume issues. I'm fixing it here in 1 second. Hopefully that fixes it. Believe it or not, I am on the far away from the microphone. I know it sounds worse than that, but so we are back, and this could be the last inning, the last half inning for Braves Country Baseball for 2022. And I would like to thank all the fans once again. Please like and subscribe. We'll be back next spring, and we carry a couple of games a week. We always do the playoffs from top to bottom, and we'll carry spring training as well. And yeah, I apologize, Garrett. Like I said, YouTube Live has some issues when it comes to audio. I'm gonna try to look into some solutions come next spring. But as the volume gets back and we are back to work, Travis d'Arnaud takes the first pitch from Dominguez, strike at the knees, and it's 0-1. Atlanta down 8-3. The 0-1 pitch. They said he went around. It's 0-2. Could be the last at bat for Dansby Swanson in Atlanta Braves uniform. You would hope they wouldn't let it get to that, but they've let it get this far. The 0-2 pitch outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. We didn't think they would let Dansby Swanson. Not Dansby Swanson, I'm sorry, Freddie Freeman get free. The 1-2 pitch. Outer edge, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. Close pitch. Dansby Swanson's got a lot of faith in Stu Sherwater. I do not have that faith. I'm surprised he didn't call that for a wide strike. We'll be back next spring, come hell or high water, with Braves Country Baseball. We're planning on doing some Braves Country Baseball shows in the off season to get you caught up to speed on what's going on in the off season once free agency hits. Won't be so clunky this year with the lockout. The 2-2 pitch down below the knees, ball 3. It's 3-2. But all we need is a touchdown and we take the lead. So let's not give up yet. Dansby Swanson on deck, Matt Olson, and then Travis d'Arnaud. Riley and Harris would follow. The 3-2 pitch swung on it, fought it foul, fisted, and it's 3-2. No Philly fans are excited. They've had a good series. But will you win the whole thing? Because we did. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one away. These Brave bats have just been ice cold, but you gotta tip your hat to the Philadelphia pitchers. It can't all just be Braves players not playing well. There's got to be some good pitching involved. The other thing that'll be new for next year, not only are they getting rid of the goofy shift and the base is getting bigger, which I don't get that part. The first pitch on the way to Olson is rifled down the line, but foul. It's 0-1. For the first time, every team in Major League Baseball will play each other. Now, that addition I do like. I still wish that there was a little bigger sample size for divisions. You're going to play each other 12 times as opposed to 19. You 0-1 pitch inside and high. It's 1-1. I like the fact because look, 19 was a little too much, but I would have liked to seen it at least making an odd number. So that would be the tiebreaker. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. It's 1-2. So instead, you're going to get an issue. It'll probably happen this year or this coming year, where a tiebreaker is going to be decided all football style with win-loss against your opponent record, all that kind of nonsense. And I've always hated those kinds of tiebreakers. I would like to see as the 1-2 pitch is on the waist, rifled down the line, hot shot, but foul. 100 miles an hour was clubbed down the first base line, and it's 1-2. So next year, we'll only see Philadelphia 12 games, 6 at home and 6 on the road. And I just, that's the part I'm not going to like about this, but I do like that you're going to see everybody. The 1-2 pitch misses outside, it's 2-2. I don't know why you couldn't have at least done 13, right? But 15 to me would have seemed like a good number. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Braves are down to their final out. The defending world champions down to their final out. Philadelphia 1 out away from going to the NLCS to face the winner of the Padres and Dodgers. Travis d'Arnaud, who's 1 for 3, 6 for 15 in the series. He stepped up big again. But you can't have only a couple of guys have good series and then the rest of them, not only they're not getting outs, they're not putting the ball in play. There's too many strikeouts. The Austin Riley thing was just dumbfounding. He has been solid all year long, and then he just really got cold towards the end. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is swung on and foul. It's 0-1. Philly 8, Atlanta 3, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. But this'll definitely fire up the young guys. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees and outside, it's 1-1. Guys who were, I just think the moment might have been too big for him. Michael Harris, terrible in this series, offensively and defensively. Strider, the 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and the Braves are down to their final strike. It's been fun, and want to thank Braves Country one more time. We will be back next spring bringing you pitch by pitch, at least 2 games a week in the entire playoffs. And congratulations to the Philadelphia fans. And I'll continue to watch the games, and we might even do some. The 1-2 pitch outside, taken for a ball, it's 2-2. We'll kind of see how it lines up in the next series, and we'll either do the National League or we'll do the American League. It really depends on the start times. It's what it really comes down to. I prefer National League baseball, but you just never know how it's going to play out. So a 2-2 count on the way, outside ball 3, 3-2. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. So a full count from Dominguez. d'Arnaud steps out for a second. d'Arnaud is signed through next year. You look at the lineup: Acuna, Olsen, d'Arnaud, Riley, Harris, Contreras. They'll all be back. Rosario, 3-2 pitch, swung on and foul back. We'll do it again. They need to find out in the offseason with Rosario if that eye surgery, if he still has it, because he has not played well, not just in the playoffs, but he has not played well all year long, even after getting the surgery. And the other question will be, can they do something and move Ozuna? I think they'll have to take on most of the salary, but it might be worth it just to try to move on. And it might be good for Ozuna to find another place. If he could find a popcorn stand like the one in Philadelphia, he might be able to rake. A couple other stadiums come to mind. Down to our last strike, the 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And the Braves lose to the Philadelphia Phillies. 3-1 was never really much of a series. Look, games 3 and 4 were absolutely, I'm not going to say boring, but they weren't competitive. Game 1, honestly, wasn't very competitive until the final inning when Olsen hit the 3-run bomb. Game 2, Kyle Wright's game, was the only game where the Braves looked like they had a pulse, but I think they ran out of gas. And Philadelphia marches on to the NLCS. They'll await the winner, which I believe that starts Tuesday. They'll await the winner of Dodgers Padres. And if that goes 5, Philly might get another break where those two teams wear each other out and Philly's sitting in the wings waiting. They're definitely not the best team in the National League, but they're playing the best baseball right now. So hats off to them. And the season is over. We'll bring you some other broadcasts. We're going to do some football games as well. Please like and subscribe, but we will be back 2023 spring, Braves Country. And we're going to bring you Braves Country Baseball, a weekly show once the free agency hits. For all the guys and gals behind Braves Country Baseball, I really do appreciate the time we spend together, y'all. Hope to see you next year. And go Braves! We'll be back. It ain't over for us. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
the outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake. The former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. The Armchair Quarterbacks bring you Braves Country Baseball every Tuesday and Friday night, play-by-play with Mac McGee. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.